After my mother-in-law, whom I loved like my own mother, passed away, a lawyer came to our house with a letter. My name is Sharon, and I'm 43 years old. The letter started by saying, "If you're reading this, I'm no longer in this world." Seeing her familiar handwriting made me cry. My father-in-law died when my husband and I were still young, and there were no close relatives left in his family. My husband and I didn't have children, but we lived happily and modestly with my mother-in-law. We had a great relationship. My husband often said we were like mother and daughter. Sadly, my husband passed away from cancer last year, leaving just my mother-in-law and me. Then, unexpectedly, she was killed in a car accident. The circumstances of the accident were strange. She was found collapsed on a road in a city she didn't belong to, and her bag was missing. The police are looking into the accident, but I was too shocked to answer their questions. I struggled to deal with the sudden loss of my mother-in-law. My husband's illness lasted a year, and we had time to grieve together, but now, with her gone, I felt incredibly lonely. My own parents had died of cancer, and my brother lived far away with his family. It was hard to reach out to my old friends since they were busy raising their kids. Then, a man claiming to be a lawyer called me. He sounded like he was in his 70s, around my mother-in-law's age. He apologized for not reaching out sooner and said he needed to give me something important. I wondered if it was a letter from my mother-in-law. I had never heard that she was in contact with a lawyer, and I worried it might be a scam, but I decided to meet him just in case. The letter continued, "I know this is a surprise, but please listen. There is danger coming your way. Believe me and run away immediately." As I read the letter, I looked at the lawyer sitting across from me and asked, "Do you know what this letter says? Was my mother-in-law in danger?" The handwriting was definitely hers. I recognized it right away, but the content didn't make sense to me. The situation felt so strange it seemed like a bad joke. My mother-in-law had died in a car accident, but the driver had already been caught. He said he found her lying in the road, which was why it took time to discover what happened. It looked like she had been hit and might have lost consciousness. If this letter was real, then my mother-in-law must have suspected someone was after her. If she knew, why didn't she run away? Tears filled my eyes again. The lawyer, remaining calm, said, "I haven't read the full content, but I can guess what it might be about." I was a bit annoyed at his vague answer, so I pressed him, "What did my mother-in-law tell you?" He replied, "I was the one who represented Oliver back then and was asked to help you." I was confused. Who is Oliver? The lawyer explained that my husband had a brother named Oliver, who was 6 years older than him. I had never heard of this brother from either my husband or my mother-in-law, and I had never seen any pictures of him either. The lawyer started pulling out some documents from a bag on the table. "Sharon, do you know that half of serious crimes in our country happen within families?" he said with a hint of irony in his voice. He explained that the family home, where we should feel safe, is often where tragic things happen, like one family member harming another. Then, he showed me an old photo of 4 people, a young man and woman who looked like parents, a boy, and a baby. The young woman looked familiar. It was my mother-in-law. At first, I didn't recognize the young man, but he looked like my husband. The boy also resembled the young man, almost as if they were father and son. The photo seemed to be taken during a trip to the beach, with everyone smiling in front of a large ship at the port. "That boy with the float is Oliver," the lawyer said. I stared at the picture of the boy, my husband's brother, whom I knew nothing about. The photo showed such a happy moment, and it made my chest hurt to think about what could have happened to him. Did Oliver cause some trouble? Was he the one who hurt my mother-in-law? The lawyer explained that this incident must have happened over 17 or 18 years ago, since my husband and I dated for 15 years before we got married. It seemed strange that I had never heard about any of this. He continued, "Oliver became a recluse starting in his first year of junior high because of bullying. 7 years later, he was involved in a serious incident." The lawyer described how Oliver, feeling hopeless after years of isolation, tried to commit suicide with his family one night. He went into his parents' room with a knife and struggled with his father, who woke up because of the noise. Even though he was badly injured, his father managed to subdue him. During the fight, my husband, who was just 14 at the time, heard his mother scream and called the police. The sound of sirens and ambulances disrupted the normally quiet neighborhood. At that time, issues like social isolation and mental health were often in the news, and the media sensationalized stories about reclusive kids plotting violence. I had heard news like that before, but I didn't realize it could be about my husband's family. Their story was different. The family couldn't handle the rumors and ended up moving multiple times, almost like they were fleeing. whether it was due to the father's severe injuries from the incident or the stress afterwards. My father-in-law passed away a few years later. My mother-in-law and my husband changed their names back to her maiden name, and they were finally able to lead a normal life in their new home. In situations like this, where a family member is both the victim and the perpetrator, it's hard to express emotions fully. You can't completely hate or blame anyone involved. It's all very confusing. If you suddenly find yourself in such a complicated situation, living under public scrutiny with rumors and criticism is incredibly hard. I hope you can understand the feelings of the deceased who couldn't talk to you, the lawyer said. I was speechless, overwhelmed by how harsh it all was. I had never thought about what happened to families after such an incident, but life continues as long as they are alive. The in-laws must have seen Oliver as their beloved child. The photo of Oliver I saw had a smile, just like my husband's, but he had some issues that couldn't be fixed, leading to a terrible tragedy later. Oliver was sentenced to prison for his actions. The lawyer explained. I represented Oliver. Remember, the same punishment applies even for an attempt. It could mean life imprisonment or a minimum of 5 to 20 years in prison. I interrupted him, asking, "Are you saying he could be out in just 5 years?" "Yes, he was released about 2 years ago," the lawyer replied. He explained that the prosecutor's office has a victim notification system. After a verdict, you can apply to be notified about an offender's release date. Even without that, my mother-in-law, being Oliver's biological mother, was informed of his whereabouts after he got out. At that time, my husband was undergoing cancer treatment, and she didn't want to worry him, so she didn't discuss it with him. The lawyer told me that Oliver committed the crime because he was feeling hopeless about his future. He hesitated but finally said Oliver wanted money to spend. After being a recluse for years, he secretly used my mother-in-law's credit card for online games and shopping, which led to his father scolding him. Apparently, he spent a lot of money buying weapons for a game the evening of the crime, and when his father took away his computer, he acted out. Oliver lied to the lawyer and didn't reveal the truth to his family, who hoped he would genuinely reflect on his actions while serving his sentence. They didn't share the full story about the defamation and slander he faced after being released. Was this silence out of love for him? The truth is, my mother-in-law often visited Oliver while he was in prison. Each time she came back disappointed because Oliver hadn't changed. My mother-in-law was worried about living with Oliver again after he was released. She was scared of the potential for violence, but she also knew that if she or her son were to die, Oliver would come to me asking for money. As his release date got closer, the paperwork became overwhelming, and she had to decide where to let him live. Distressed, she consulted a lawyer who was familiar with Oliver's case to help with the arrangements. I learned that 2 years ago, my mother-in-law had been helping Oliver by renting an apartment for him and doing his shopping. She had been giving him money from her savings and even some of her retirement funds. The inheritance she expected to receive if her son, my husband, died was being used to support Oliver. After his release, Oliver became a recluse again and didn't find a job. Money was tight, and through the lawyer, my mother-in-law conveyed to Oliver that she couldn't support him forever and he needed to find work. However, Oliver outright refused to do so. He would complain, saying, "Doesn't my mother love me? She always favors my brother. She won't give me money because my brother told her not to." The lawyer explained that, although it may have been an accident, my mother-in-law was still worried that Oliver might cause trouble. He kept insisting on getting more money from her. Oliver became aggressive with the lawyer, asking for details about my mother-in-law's income and her life, as well as those of his father and brother. Fortunately, the lawyer believed that Oliver didn't know our address, but I was still worried since his apartment was close to where my mother-in-law had died. Then, suddenly, the doorbell rang. The only visitor I expected was the lawyer. "Excuse me for a moment," I said, stepping away to check the peephole. My heart dropped when I saw a man who looked a lot like my husband, holding my mother-in-law's old bag. I quietly retreated to the living room and called the lawyer. "I think it might be Oliver. What should we do? He has my mother-in-law's bag." My voice shook with tension, and I could see the lawyer's expression turn serious. "Call the police right now," he said. Instead of calling the police, I panicked and ran out the back door toward the nearby police station. Did my mother-in-law and husband foresee this situation, or had they unknowingly chosen to live close to the police? I didn't know what to think anymore. When Oliver saw the police officers who came with me, he tried to run away, but a police officer caught him. As I suspected, the man who looked like my husband was Oliver, my brother-in-law. The lawyer called him Oliver, which was likely his name. I had been calling him that because I had seen a family photo of him as a small boy, looking innocent, but now, he was an unhealthy-looking middle-aged man, and it strangely angered me that he resembled my husband. This man had caused so much pain to my mother-in-law and husband. I'm just here to collect my share of the inheritance. It exists, right? Even my younger brother died last year. Hand over my inheritance, he shouted, ignoring the police officer's questions. I was furious. I felt sorry for his childhood when he was teased so much that he couldn't go to school, but his actions after that were selfish and unforgivable. More than anything, I wanted to ask him, isn't that your mother's bag you're holding? What did you do to her? Did you hurt a frail woman? Hearing my words, the officers looked at the bag Oliver was holding, clearly flustered. Oliver tried to hide it, but it was too late. One officer reached for it, and Oliver snarled, "Hey, this is my money, I can't help it. It was the last thing my mom said. I only hit her a few times to teach her a lesson for being cheeky," he said, and his words made me shudder. There was no sense in what he said, and he showed no remorse. "Hey, you're my brother's wife, aren't you? Neither my mom nor my brother are here anymore, so you have an obligation to support me." Maybe my mother-in-law and husband hid Oliver's existence from me to protect me. They must have thought that if I didn't know, I could avoid getting involved. "No, Mrs. Sharon, you don't have that obligation," the lawyer interrupted, but I doubted the law would work on Oliver. He seemed invincible, with nothing to lose. He didn't understand common sense, nor did he want to follow the law. Maybe that's why my mother-in-law never wanted me to meet him. I could only imagine how difficult her life had been. I hadn't finished reading my mother-in-law's letter, but it was clear she was worried about me knowing her life was in danger. Her pain and sadness were heartbreaking. "Because of you, my mother-in-law and husband were hurt so much. I will never forgive you. You will face the law," I thought. While it was true that the direct cause of her death was being hit by a car, Oliver left my unconscious mother-in-law on the road. He was not someone who should be allowed to roam free. I promised myself that I would do whatever it took to send him back to prison. The lawyer stood beside me and said, "I'll help you." Oliver was taken to the police station. The blood on my mother-in-law's bag and other evidence pointed to him as the culprit, and he was sent back to prison. I returned home with the lawyer and finally read my mother-in-law's letter to the end. It was filled with apologies and overflowing love for me. At the end, she wrote, "Life is still long. Please live a happier, freer life, Sharon." Seeing that, I couldn't hold back my tears.
Yvonne had been in a bad mood since the morning. It wasn't even because her mother-in-law, Michaela, was feeling unwell again. Lately, problems at work had made it difficult for Yvonne to concentrate and drained her energy. And now came the scandalous dismissal. At night, she tossed and turned, staring at the ceiling. The blame lay squarely on the new principal, Mr. Martin, a man of new formation who had decided to revolutionize their high school. Yvonne Bright had been teaching language and literature for 7 years without a single complaint from her superiors. Now, shamefully, she had become the centre of scandal and public scrutiny among colleagues twice in 1 week. "Remember, you can't work as you used to," Mr. Martin had bellowed. "I'll set things straight, you hear?" Yvonne had lowered her head guiltily. What could she say? It was clear that the new principal favoured the rich and ignored the less privileged students. But Yvonne didn't discriminate. She evaluated students solely on their knowledge. Mr. Martin had disliked this from the start, and so Yvonne's dismissal was all but certain. With a heavy sigh, Yvonne got out of bed to prepare her husband's breakfast. Cyrus was leaving for a long business trip today, which meant she would again be left to care for her mother-in-law and cater to her every whim. Hearing Yvonne's cautious footsteps in the corridor, her mother-in-law grumbled. "When will breakfast be ready, Yvonne? I've been awake for half an hour, and not a morsel has passed my lips." Yvonne wrinkled her nose, but still managed a pleasant reply to lighten the mood. She'd already fought with Cyrus last night. She didn't want to quarrel with her mother-in-law too. Her husband was already up, pacing the kitchen with a scowl. From his demeanour, Yvonne instantly knew something unpleasant awaited her. "Yvonne, I've been thinking," Cyrus began. "Since you've been fired, I can help you with a new job." She sighed sadly. Oh? How can you help me? Call the Ministry of Education? That's absurd. I'll figure it out myself. Cyrus snorted. Yourself, you say? No one will hire you after this dismissal. I know Mr. Martin. Once he's angry with someone, he doesn't stop at just dismissal. What are you getting at, Cyrus? Yvonne asked, puzzled. What am I getting at? Sitting idle isn't a solution. I've got a promising job for you. One that could bring us a fat profit. Her husband snapped. Yvonne tensed visibly. Her husband's suggestions were usually, to put it mildly, less than virtuous. There's this businessman. He's ill. The doctors have given up on him. So Christopher's gone off to die in the middle of nowhere, away from everyone. But he can't manage alone. He needs care. He says he'll leave his inheritance to whoever looks after him. I could really use that money now. It's not a big deal. Christopher's only got a month or two to live. But his money's real, and his business is profitable. If you care for him until his end, you'll be a businesswoman. You're clinging to that school like a fool. Care for him? But I'm not a nurse, I'm a teacher, Cyrus, Yvonne objected. Her husband frowned. What difference does it make? You're a teacher. Fine. Just look after the man and wait for the inheritance. His words made her feel sick. What are you saying? You want to send your wife to some backwoods place to watch a dying man? Why doesn't the businessman hire a proper nurse, someone with skills and experience? Yvonne asked uncertainly. Cyrus waved his hand dismissively. He says he's already tried a dozen, and none were suitable. But I think he'll like you. He says he's already tried a dozen, and none were suitable, but I think he'll like you. Yes, my dear, why stay at home? You might help Christopher, said the mother-in-law, who had just entered. At first, Yvonne thought her husband was joking, but when Michaela got involved, everything fell into place. They're conspiring, taking advantage of her vulnerable state. Cyrus, I'm not going. Let him find someone else, Yvonne said, her voice trembling. But her husband's face changed instantly. If that's how it is, I consider it betrayal. You know I have problems at work, competitors breathing down my neck, and every penny counts now, and you're throwing away such opportunities to earn money. And by the way, you're unemployed now. It would be better to take up tutoring. See what could have come of it, her mother-in-law chimed in. Tears of resentment welled up in Yvonne's eyes as she thought. And Michaela, of course, is fine. She let herself sit at home and live off her son, while I was fired only yesterday, and already there's such accusation. Suddenly Yvonne felt indifferent to what would happen next, or whether she'd ever find work in her field again. Why not really go to the middle of nowhere, at least for a week, not for the inheritance, but for some peace and quiet? To go to the forest, like before with her grandmother, to sit by the river watching the lazy waves, and most importantly, not to see the annoying faces of her mother-in-law and husband, who were ashamed of her. Yvonne used to find solace at work, but now she had lost that kind of place. Okay, Cyrus, I agree. Give me the address and warn this businessman. I can't give injections, but I'll help in any other way, Yvonne said, her voice still shaky. Cyrus glanced furtively at his mother, smiled and began to write down the address. Yvonne went to her room and started packing. She felt she was making a rash decision, but she was concerned. But she saw no other way out. Her husband didn't even bother to call her a cab, sending her by bus instead. Since it was summer, Yvonne didn't take much with her, just a small suitcase with the essentials. Christopher Hoover owned a house in a village an hour's drive from the city. The man had inherited it from his late grandfather, and he planned to spend his last days there, just as he had once spent his summer vacations. The bus was stifling. but Yvonne was fortunate to have a window seat where she could catch a breath of fresh air. Passengers chatted excitedly, grumbling about the oppressive heat. The driver, visibly agitated, could do little to help, as his old bus lacked air conditioning. Mercifully, clouds soon appeared, bringing a slight drop in temperature. A gentle breeze wafted through the cabin, tousling Yvonne's hair, while sunlight danced on the windows, painting a mosaic of light and shadow across the seats. Outside, a typical May scene unfolded. Verdant meadows, speckled with flowers, a vibrant blue sky adorned with fluffy clouds, and a sparkling river meandering in the distance. The serene landscape instilled a sense of peace and carefree bliss in Yvonne and most of the passengers. Unconsciously, her thoughts drifted back to the day of her dismissal. It had all begun with a phone call that had thrown her life into disarray. A call from one of her students' mothers, who had decided to voice her opinions directly to the teacher. "Mrs. Bright, you must understand, this is crucial for Mickey. Why does my son have a C in your subject? He's an excellent student in all other subjects and suspecting prejudice." Mrs. Campbell's voice crackled with undisguised irritation. As a wife of a successful businessman, she felt entitled to meddle in every aspect of her son's life, including his school grades. "Mrs. Campbell, I understand your concern, but this grade reflects Mickey's actual knowledge," Yvonne replied calmly, despite the storm of indignation brewing within her. "Mrs. Bright, you know how talented Mickey is. He was just a bit distracted. Please, I implore you, reconsider his grade. It's so important for him," Mrs. Campbell persisted. "Look, I can't alter grades at your or anyone else's request. As a teacher, it's my duty to remain objective throughout the educational process. Furthermore, with all due respect, I don't see any extraordinary talent in Mickey. He merely completes his homework without putting in the necessary effort. So please, don't accuse me of incompetence or unwillingness to help. I'm always open to dialogue and assisting students, but I won't allow anyone to question my professionalism," Yvonne retorted before ending the call. Upon entering the teacher's lounge at school, Yvonne felt Mr. Martin's unfriendly gaze. The new principal was notorious for his penchant for scheming and favouring children of wealthy parents. Mr. Martin never missed a chance to flaunt his status and exploit his position to the fullest. "Yvonne, I'm aware of the conversation with Mrs. Campbell. Trust me, you should agree with her. She's only concerned about her son," the principal said reproachfully. "Mr. Martin, I cannot and will not change my mind. I refuse to participate in these behind-the-scenes games," Yvonne replied firmly. "Oh, Yvonne, you know how life works. Not everything can be solved strictly by the book. You need to be more flexible, make concessions, especially in matters like these," the principal objected. "I won't be flexible on this matter. I'm a teacher. My job is to educate children, not to please their parents," Yvonne replied, her tone firmer than she intended. "Very well. Do as you see fit. I merely remind you not to quarrel with influential people," the principal hissed. At that moment, Yvonne realised her honesty and principles had placed her in a difficult position. She didn't want to make concessions or change her assessment, yet she also tried to maintain a good relationship with the new management. Lost in thought, Yvonne entered the classroom and immediately felt the heavy gaze of 15-year-old Mickey, who sat at the back, glaring at her with undisguised hatred. "Good morning, everyone. Remember, we have a test today," Yvonne said calmly, masking her emotions. "Oh, really? Don't you know I can't take a test because of my busy training schedule? You should have thought of that earlier. I can't waste time on your useless subject," Mickey retorted with insolence and contempt. Yvonne frowned. "Mickey, this discussion is pointless. You must fulfill your school duties like everyone else. I'm a teacher and I know my job." "I'm going to be a professional athlete and then go into business like my father. I'm putting all my energy into sports, and school is just a waste of time," the teenager objected. "Mickey, you seem to have forgotten that as a student, you have no right to speak to me like that. You must take the test like all the other students," Yvonne replied, emphasizing the last phrase. "And if I don't want to, what will you do? Give me another C? My mum will still get the principal to change it to an A, because my father has already promised to renovate the computer lab and even provide new computers," the young troublemaker sneered. "Mickey, your behaviour has crossed all limits. I don't tolerate rudeness and disrespect, and I won't make concessions. If you refuse to fulfill your obligations as a student, I'll have to summon your parents to school," Yvonne exclaimed. The other students in the classroom fell silent. They hadn't seen Mrs. Bright like this in a long time. Anger flashed in Mickey's eyes. "You think I'm scared of your threats? My mother will settle everything in my favour, and you'll be left jobless. Nobody wants you anymore, do you hear? I'll do whatever I want anyway." Yvonne could no longer tolerate his antics. "Get out of the classroom. I'm done talking to you." Mickey stood up defiantly, lazily walked to the door and left, slamming it loudly in farewell. Yvonne sat at her desk and tried to calm down. Her hands were shaking, and her head was spinning as if she might faint. She decided to talk to the school principal that afternoon to find out what could be done to avoid a conflict with Mickey's parents. "Yvonne, I certainly understand your situation, but you must realise Mrs. Campbell is a very influential woman who can seriously affect the school's reputation. I suggest you find common ground with her and avoid conflicts," the principal began, falling into his familiar routine. Yvonne wasn't going to give in, feeling justified in her position. But where is it acceptable for a student to speak to a teacher like that, and to throw hurtful remarks in her face? But the principal had his own view of the situation. "Mrs. Bright, you're so unapproachable and principled, and you know I've already received calls, even from the mayor's office. Just don't touch Mickey Campbell. Is it so hard for you to give him a normal grade?" "Excuse me, but what's normal?" Yvonne asked, barely containing her agitation. Mr. Martin turned purple. "What's normal? Are you kidding? Mrs. Bright, an A, of course. Do you think this is all a joke? If you were in my shoes, we'd see how you'd sing. You're running a kindergarten here. I don't want this. I don't want that." "Why are you talking to me like this? Don't I deserve to be treated with respect?" Yvonne exclaimed. "If you don't like it, write your resignation and get out. I'm not going to coddle you here. You're too picky. There are plenty of people like you out there, the kind who'll be more agreeable." Tears welled up in Yvonne's eyes. She barely remembered what happened afterward. She wrote her resignation that same day, spending her last hours in this school. As a parting shot, Mr. Martin promised her a cheerful life, thanks to his connections in the ministry. It was too painful to even remember, let alone mention aloud. That's why her husband didn't know all the details, believing that she had been fired for cause. Waking from the abyss of unpleasant memories, Yvonne saw that the bus was smoothly slowing down as the next stop appeared ahead. She looked closer and exhaled with relief. It was her destination, a god-forsaken place surrounded on three sides by forests and swamps. But Yvonne wasn't upset. On the contrary, it was exactly the journey her tormented soul needed now. Of course, she wasn't thinking about any inheritance from Christopher Hoover. Why should she? Cyrus would handle everything, negotiate. Nothing but trouble. Business isn't for everyone. It requires wit and intuition, not just buying low and selling high. Stepping out of the stuffy bus, Yvonne turned and caught the sympathetic look of the elderly driver, which literally saying to her, "Well, where have you come to, dear? This isn't the city. Life here has its own pace, slow and measured. Yvonne smiled and waved goodbye to the driver. She picked up her suitcase and set off along the dirt road leading to the settlement. Despite the sweltering heat, her mood remained generally good. Her only concern was how her host would greet her. As Yvonne walked, the heat intensified. The sun, at its zenith, seemed ready to scorch anyone in its path. At one point, Yvonne's head spun, but she managed to steady herself against the trunk of a young tree. "It's okay, just a little further," she reassured herself, realizing how foolish she must look. "Here I am in the middle of nowhere with no clear purpose. What did I expect? A welcoming committee?" Finally, Yvonne reached the manor, concealed behind a high fence of weathered boards. She paused, searching for the house number on the mailbox, which was rusted and covered in cobwebs. At last, she found the number, barely visible beneath the grime. With a resigned sigh, Yvonne pressed the doorbell. Silence. She stood frozen, anxiety tightening her chest. Did I get the wrong address? Nervously adjusting her purse, Yvonne double-checked the note from her husband. Everything matched. Suddenly, the door swung open. Yvonne recoiled in horror as a gaunt young man with harsh features appeared, aiming a hunting rifle at her. "Who are you, and what do you want?" he rasped. Yvonne's breath caught, and she stumbled backward, struggling to comprehend the situation. I'm Yvonne," she stammered. "Yvonne, I don't understand." The man frowned, lowering his gun slightly but not removing it. "Cyrus Bright's wife. He said you needed help," she blurted out fearfully. "Cyrus? Has he lost his mind, sending his own wife?" the man whispered, lowering his weapon. "Cyrus said you can't get up after surgery, that it was unsuccessful and the chemotherapy didn't work. I have your address right here," Yvonne murmured. Christopher snatched the note, scanned it quickly and tossed it to the ground. "Get out of here. I don't need any help. I'll be gone soon enough. There'll be no one to take care of," the businessman replied weakly. Yvonne stood dumbfounded, unable to believe her ears. Had she come all this way only to be dismissed? "But what about—" Yvonne began to protest, but Christopher cut her off with a sharp gesture. "I told you to leave and never come back. I've changed my mind. You're probably here for the inheritance, but I've left almost everything to orphanages. It's safer that way. Children will never betray." Yvonne stood in the doorway, tired and hurt. She couldn't believe she was being sent away like this. When she looked into Christopher's eyes, she saw his exhaustion. The whole scene with the gun had drained his last reserves of strength. Despite his bravado, he clearly needed help. "Well, that's it. I've said all I have to say." Christopher struggled to keep his balance. Yvonne pressed her lips together resentfully and slammed the gate without saying goodbye. She had barely taken a couple of steps when she heard a muffled groan and a loud metallic clang behind her. Instantly, she threw her suitcase aside and rushed back into the yard. Christopher had lost his balance and fallen on the porch steps. He lay on his back, head thrown back. The shotgun lay a little farther away, pointing towards the neighbour's property. "I knew this would happen," Yvonne exclaimed as she hurried to help. At that moment, she felt no anger or resentment toward Christopher, only concern. Was it his fault he wanted to be alone? That he didn't want anyone to see his weakness? Yvonne helped Christopher to his feet and guided him into the house. He mumbled something incomprehensible, but she didn't listen. "Quiet now. You're not well," she murmured. Only when he was settled on the old worn-out sofa did Christopher calm down and stop resisting her help. Without a word, Yvonne retrieved her suitcase from the street and brought it inside. "I'm sorry for lashing out at you," Christopher said, lowering his eyes guiltily. "Some locals thought I'd brought bags of money with me and wanted to rob me. I scared them off with my grandfather's shotgun. It's not even loaded. I don't have any bullets. It's just for show." He switched to addressing her by her first name. Yvonne smiled. "I understand, it's all right. But please, don't point a gun at someone, especially someone who wants to help you." Christopher nodded, then remarked, "Yes, I understand. But you didn't just come here out of the goodness of your heart, did you? Many people have shown up like this, practically with a notary in tow. But I value normal relationships more, and you don't need to pity me. I've been through this." "I don't pity you. What makes you think that?" Yvonne asked, surprised. Christopher shook his head. "Well, everyone says that at first. Take my wife, Lisa. At first she nursed me, said everything would work out. But when the operation failed, she immediately started talking about company shares. I gave her her part of it, of course, all fair and square. These days, she doesn't even remember me. My phone's covered in dust, not a single call, and she filed for divorce." Yvonne sighed sympathetically, then looked around, assessing the house from a woman's perspective. She opened the pantry, then peered into the old refrigerator. Both were a mess. The kitchen looked uninviting, but what could one expect from a man who had come here to die? Dirty curtains hung unwashed at the windows. There was a hole in the tablecloth, and a grimy electric stove sat on the table. There's a lot of work to be done here. Well, where shall we start?" Yvonne thought with a smile. She examined Christopher's medications, studying the prescription list and appointment schedule. The businessman had already fallen asleep, exhausted by the incident with the gun. No sooner had Yvonne looked up than there was a quiet knock at the door. She startled. Though she hadn't been in the village long, she'd already grown accustomed to the silence and solitude. Slowly she got up and walked to the door, peering through the narrow opening. An elderly man in his 80s with a long white beard and kind, slightly sad eyes stood at the door. "I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm Mr. Della Rosa, your neighbour," the visitor said, a little embarrassed. "I'm Yvonne. Please come in," she replied, opening the door wider. Mr. Della Rosa stepped over the threshold and, looking around the spacious entrance hall, smiled. "It's a nice house, but it needs a woman's touch," he said, shouldering off a bag that resembled a pilgrim's sack from fairy tales. "Thank you. Please have a seat," Yvonne replied, gesturing to a chair. "I hear that Christopher is very ill," Mr. Della Rosa continued, taking the offered seat. "Yes, it seems so. He says the operation was unsuccessful and the disease is progressing rapidly," Yvonne replied, feeling a strange inner tension. "Don't worry, it's not fatal. I'm personally sure he can be saved. I tell you this as a former medical worker," Mr. Della Rosa reassured her, looking into her sad eyes. Yvonne raised an eyebrow in surprise. "So you're a doctor?" "Well, not really. I was a doctor, but I left the hospital. Now I treat people with herbs," Mr. Della Rosa replied, smiling. "With herbs?" Yvonne exclaimed incredulously. "Of course, do you doubt it? Everything can be cured if you only know how. I'll show you what I have," replied the guest, rising from his chair and approaching his bag. Opening it, he smiled. The house immediately filled with the scent of herbs and dried flowers. The healer's bag contained various bunches, roots, seeds, and dried petals. "Here, look, this is an infusion of valerian root. It calms the nerves and strengthens the heart muscle," said Mr. Della Rosa, taking out a small glass jar with a brown liquid. Yvonne looked at the contents with interest. She had never seen or heard of such treatments. "And where did you learn this?" she asked, still sceptical about the possibility of healing with herbs. "From my grandmother. She was a real healer. She said that every herb has power. You just have to know how to extract it," answered Mr. Della Rosa, smiling again. "And why did you leave the hospital?" Yvonne asked, her interest in this unusual story growing. Mr. Della Rosa sat down at the table and, taking a small thermos out of his bag, poured hot tea into 2 cups. "I didn't leave. I was laid off," he replied, taking a small sip. "Fired? For what?" Yvonne was genuinely surprised. "For treating people with herbs. My co-workers and superiors said it wasn't scientific. They claimed herbs were insufficient and that we needed only pills or injections. I argued, trying to prove that the method works. They sent me for a psychiatric examination saying I'd lost my mind. My whole career was ruined. My wife left me for another man, and I became a laughingstock in the department. Obviously, the head of the department and the chief doctor were in cahoots with the pharmacies. I was speaking the truth bluntly. So they kicked me out, framed me for stealing drugs. The case went to trial but fell apart. The judge had once personally taken my course of herbal therapy. Successfully, I might add. She couldn't condemn me. That's how it is," replied Mr. Della Rosa, gazing into his cup. "So do you think there's power in herbs after all?" Yvonne asked, feeling her respect for this mysterious elderly man growing by the minute. "I think every method has a right to exist, and I'm sure Christopher can still be saved. He's young and can still do a lot in his life. Well, I should be going now. I've been here long enough. I'll leave some potions for you. Take them 3 times a day, a tablespoon before meals," Mr. Della Rosa replied, putting his cup aside and getting up from the table. Yvonne nodded and went to see him off. At the door, the elderly man said, "I've been to Christopher before, offering him treatment, but he wouldn't take it. And those caregivers he had before were absolutely useless. They only laughed at me, called me a sorcerer. I'm not a sorcerer, Yvonne. I just know more than most about herbs." "I understand. Please come again. I'm going to clean up the house, then cook some food. I'll be glad to have you as a guest," smiled Yvonne, watching the tall, slightly hunched figure of the village herbalist leave. Back in the house, Yvonne pondered what to do first. The old wallpaper was peeling off. The floors creaked and the garden was overgrown, with everything from young trees and weeds to wild roses that braided half the house. "Well, this is what it's like to live without a woman's touch," thought Yvonne again, looking at the unkempt vegetable garden. First, she tidied up Christopher's room, changed the bedding, put a vase of blooming flowers on the table and lit a scented candle. Then she went into the kitchen. She washed and scrubbed the old pots and pans until they shone and filled the refrigerator with fresh food. "Now we can start living normally," she said to herself with satisfaction and smiled. That same day, on her way to the grocery store, Yvonne met one of the locals, who immediately realized she wasn't just a passing visitor, but came for a long time. The month flew by. The neighbours were surprised to see the transformation of Christopher's house. Everything gradually changed for the better. An old gazebo emerged from the overgrown garden, and in the vegetable patch, the first sprouts of parsley, onions and dill began to appear. Even though it was planted late, something would grow. "Yvonne is a true magician. She has a green thumb with flowers in the garden, and she's wonderful with people too. I wish she could bring Christopher back to life," the locals used to say, and Mr. Della Rosa only laughed, responding, "She'll be able." Christopher, however, still lived as a recluse, spending his days in his room and only occasionally agreeing to walk in the woods. Meanwhile, he continued to drink Timothy's grandfather's potions. His estate boasted not only the main house, but also a huge barn filled to the brim with all sorts of junk, from rusty rakes to an old motorcycle. One early morning, Yvonne woke up to a strange noise. Descending the stairs, she found Christopher on the veranda, attempting to start his grandfather's motorcycle, which he had somehow managed to extract from the shed. "Christopher, what on earth are you doing?" she asked, astonished. "I just wanted to go for a ride, to relive my youth before I die. It's been so long since I've raced, and my hands are itching," Christopher replied, his eyes fixed on the old bike. But you're still ill. What if something happens on the road? Yvonne worried. Christopher, true to form, merely waved his hand, insisting it couldn't get any worse. He mounted the motorcycle and slowly drove down the street, leaving the worrying woman behind. Yvonne watched him go, her heart heavy with anxiety, feeling the worst. Yet she realized she couldn't keep Christopher confined against his will. He returned about an hour later, tired but elated. "How did you manage not to fall?" Yvonne asked, preparing him some herbal tea. "Honestly, I'm not sure myself. It just happened naturally. My body's still weak, but I managed to control the bike. Though I must admit, there were a couple of moments when I thought, 'This is it, Christopher,'" the businessman confessed. Yvonne smiled. "You'll definitely pull through, Christopher, and that's what matters most. Remember, you're not alone. You have me and Mr. Della Rosa. Though you may not believe in his potions, they've clearly helped. A month ago you could barely hold a spoon, and now you're riding a motorcycle." "What makes you so certain?" Christopher asked, smiling for the first time since they had met. "Because I see the strength in you. You're a fighter, and you'll go the distance," Yvonne replied, gazing into his eyes. From that memorable day, their relationship began to warm gradually. Christopher started to open up more to Yvonne, sharing stories about his life. She listened attentively, never interrupting. "You're my guardian angel," Christopher said one evening, looking at Yvonne. "You came into my life, and everything changed." "Well, you change everything yourself by finding the strength to fight on. I just helped you find the right path," she replied with a smile. "I'm deeply grateful to you," Christopher said. They looked at each other, their eyes reflecting a warmth, trust, and something more that only they understood. "I think we should go outside. The fresh air and nature are beautiful. Are you up for it?" Yvonne suggested, rising from the table. "I agree, but first, I'd like to see you smile," Christopher replied. Yvonne blushed and smiled. They stepped out onto the veranda to watch the sunset. The sun had begun its descent, painting the sky in vibrant shades of red and orange. "You know, it's been ages since I've witnessed such beauty," Yvonne confessed, inhaling the crisp evening air. "Neither have I, but now I see it twice as vividly," Christopher replied, draping his arm around her shoulders. At that moment, Yvonne realized she wasn't just caring for Christopher. She was helping him truly live again. But of course, Yvonne hesitated. After all, she was married. Yet, throughout this time, her husband hadn't even bothered to call her. Most likely he and his mother were scheming for Yvonne to secure them wealth through Christopher's inheritance. However, during this month, Yvonne not only refused Christopher's money, but even offered him to quit his business endeavours and settle in the village. He nodded in agreement, then sank into pensive reflection. His name had once carried weight in business circles, but where were his friends and associates now? They had probably long forgotten him and given up. Perhaps they were just waiting for his obituary to appear in official sources. But Christopher wouldn't give them that satisfaction so easily. He would fight on. Not alone, of course, but with Yvonne and his kind neighbour the herbalist by his side. "How wonderful that Yvonne has come. It's as if spring has arrived in our village. She has breathed new life into everything," Mr. Della Rosa said with a smile during a conversation with the local postman, Tom. "That's right, she's a good woman, no argument there. She has our village spirit. Say, Mr. Della Rosa, why doesn't she work at the school? She's a teacher after all," Tom asked. The elderly herbalist raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You must be joking, Tom. Who would look after Christopher? He'd wither away alone. Besides, the school is in the district centre. If only we had a school nearby. Well, that would be different." Tom looked at the former doctor with interest. "Actually, there was a school, not in our village, but in the neighbouring one, about 1.5 kilometres away. However, the roof is cracked from the last hurricane. It's completely unusable, and the floors are rotten." Mr. Della Rosa's eyes lit up with a peculiar gleam. At first, the postman didn't understand its meaning, but then he guessed. "Listen, Mr. Della Rosa, why don't you ask Christopher for money for repairs? He attended that school himself until 5th grade, before moving to the city with his father after his mother's death." In response, the elderly doctor shrugged his shoulders uncertainly, not wanting his plans to be known prematurely. First, Christopher had to overcome his illness, which wasn't as simple as it seemed. Sometimes a person goes into remission and feels hopeful, but complications can return at any moment. So while Christopher seemed to have revived, the final victory was still far off. Once, to cheer him up, Mr. Della Rosa suggested that he and Yvonne go to the forest together to gather herbs. To his surprise, the young people agreed with pleasure. The day passed splendidly. Yvonne's trophy was a basket of wild berries, and Christopher, still thin and pale from illness, carried a small bucket of mushrooms. Mr. Della Rosa walked beside them, leaning on a stick with a bag full of herbs in front of him. "We had a lovely walk," Yvonne said happily, setting the basket down on a stump by the forest path. Christopher sat down tiredly beside it, placing his bucket down. "I'll tell you something, Yvonne, where to find a lot of raspberries," smiled the elderly doctor. "Next time, perhaps. For now, it's time to head home. It's getting late," Yvonne replied. "Mr. Della Rosa, may I help you with your bag?" Christopher asked. "No, dear, I'll carry it myself," replied the elderly man, leaning on his stick. But after a few steps, he suddenly staggered and collapsed into a hidden pit. Yvonne and Christopher rushed to the edges of the damp, branch-strewn hole into which the elderly man had fallen. "Mr. Della Rosa, are you all right?" Yvonne asked anxiously. "Yes, I'm fine. I've fallen into what seems to be a wolf pit. Curse those wicked poachers," he muttered, looking at the ground. Christopher and Yvonne began to lift Mr. Della Rosa and, despite the elderly man's thin frame, they struggled to pull him back to solid ground. "Oh, it's so deep," Yvonne exclaimed, shaking off the dirt. "It certainly isn't small," said Christopher, helping Mr. Della Rosa to sit up. "Thank you, my dears, you're my saviours," the man said, smiling. After resting for a while, the trio marked the hole with a pile of dry twigs and headed home. Christopher walked beside the elderly doctor, supporting him under his arm, while Yvonne followed, keeping an eye on both of them. "Mr. Della Rosa, how are you feeling?" she asked as they approached the village. "Much better now, thank you, Yvonne. My leg is still a bit sore, but I'm sure it will pass soon," he replied. "That's good," Yvonne said with a smile. Deep down she was glad to have befriended the old doctor. It was a great opportunity to learn more about the forest than she had ever known before. A couple more weeks passed. Yvonne and Christopher went to the forest many more times with Mr. Della Rosa, collecting herbs, berries and mushrooms. Christopher felt much better, and the elderly man was delighted, finally, to have friendly neighbours who cared for him and helped in all his endeavours. One day, Mr. Della Rosa took a moment to tell Christopher that the school in the neighbouring village needed repairs. The businessman listened patiently, then expressed his desire to allocate money for the repairs. "I had no idea what was going on there, Mr. Della Rosa. You probably know that I studied there, so it would be a matter of honour for me to help." The elderly man smiled. "Thank you, Christopher. I guess that's what we've been missing. Financial help and support." Christopher smiled and looked at Yvonne. By the lingering glances between the young people, the elderly neighbour immediately realised that something special was developing between them, understood only by the two of them. To Yvonne's credit, She repeatedly tried to call her husband, but Cyrus persistently ignored her calls. At first, Yvonne thought her husband was simply too busy to answer, but as it continued, she realized he had left her to her fate. Interestingly, Michaela also refused to answer the phone, flatly refusing to communicate with her daughter-in-law. She had essentially written off Yvonne, assuming she would stay with Christopher until the businessman passed away, leaving a substantial inheritance to his caregiver. But they didn't know that long ago Yvonne made it clear that she didn't want any remuneration. "No, Christopher, better give the money to orphanages. It was a really good idea. I don't need it, but if you renovate the school in the neighbouring village, I could work there. That's all I need." Christopher nodded, realising how hard her life had been, and he was really surprised when he learned the real reason for Yvonne's dismissal. "That's outrageous," exclaimed Christopher. "We should initiate a prosecutor's audit against that principal. Let them deal with him properly. What was he thinking?" Yvonne shook her head. "No, I don't want to cause trouble. If they fire him, another will come. Let the parents decide what's more important to them, an honest grade of their kids or a comforting lie." As a teacher of the old school, Yvonne never pandered to parents. She told the truth when necessary, focusing on imparting valuable knowledge to children. Like every teacher, she dreamed of seeing her students surpass her achievements. Yvonne aspired to nurture famous and talented individuals among her graduates. Mr. Delarosa's treatment clearly benefited Christopher, as evidenced by his examination at a regional clinic. The doctors were baffled. For inexplicable reasons, Christopher's body had overcome the spread of the disease, achieving a stable remission. "I don't know what you've been taking, Christopher Igorovich, but it's nothing short of miraculous," exclaimed the doctor who conducted the study. Christopher merely smiled, remembering Mr. Delarosa's expertise, a man once considered crazy and fired from his job. From that day, Christopher felt reinvigorated. He realized that all along he had been receiving the right treatment under his kind neighbour's guidance. While doctors marvelled at the unique changes in his body, Christopher chuckled inwardly, knowing that behind this uniqueness lay the hard work of Yvonne and Mr. Delarosa. 2 months after Yvonne's departure, Cyrus grew visibly anxious. He had expected his wife to return within days, given her city-dwelling nature and lack of adaptation to village life. Despite her periodic calls, Cyrus deliberately avoided answering. "Mum, do you think she's already inherited the money? What if we're in the dark here?" Cyrus asked ingratiatingly. Michaela wrinkled her nose. "I doubt it. I've been following incident reports and obituaries. There's been no news of Christopher Hoover's death, so he's likely still alive, though probably dying." Cyrus pondered this, his mother's words sowing doubt. "Has he really lasted this long? The doctors gave him so little time. Listen, Mum, I think I need to go to the village and investigate. I'm worried. What if Yvonne has inherited the money and is spending it while we wait around?" Michaela raised an eyebrow. "Well, it's up to you, son, but I doubt that simpleton could outsmart us." Without delay, Cyrus set off for the village. The next morning, en route to the village, he fantasized about dividing the inheritance and what pittance he'd give Yvonne, just enough for a shopping spree at a fashion store. He reasoned, what did she expect? I found this golden opportunity and set her up with Christopher. Without me, she'd have nothing. Upon arriving in the village, Cyrus's expensive car immediately drew attention, a rare sight that turned heads. Approaching the house, Cyrus honked thrice. Certain no one would answer, he headed for the gate. To his shock, he found Christopher alive and well. "Hello, Cyrus. Come to check if I'm still breathing?" the host asked with a smile. Visibly flustered, Cyrus stammered, "No, it's just... well, My wife Yvonne left and there's been no news from her since. Christopher shook his head reproachfully. Well, Cyrus, you've really done it this time. You sent your wife to me without telling her anything. She was suffering here, poor thing. But it's all right. Yvonne has got used to it and is going to stay here. Cyrus blanched. What? What do you mean, stay here? Christopher grinned. With me, of course. Oh, and prepare yourself for divorce. Papers will be coming soon. Blood rushed to Cyrus's head. In a fit of anger, he grabbed Christopher's sweatshirt sleeve, but the businessman easily shoved him away. Cyrus lost his balance and sprawled into a puddle. As he fell, the cunning guest immediately felt Christopher's strength and realized his health had clearly improved since their last meeting. What do you think you're doing? Where's Yvonne? I want to talk to my wife. A drenched Cyrus shouted at the top of his lungs. Christopher shrugged and opened the door indifferently. I'm not stopping you. Come and talk to her. You couldn't do it for a couple of months, could you? So, what's changed now? Suddenly need your wife? Yvonne called you almost every day, but you didn't pick up. Too busy, right? Well, now she's busy. And not with just anyone, but with me personally. Cyrus was speechless with surprise. To be honest, he had expected to hear anything but this. What is this? While I patiently waited for Yvonne to inherit, she was carrying on with this money man? Soon his wife came out onto the... Seeing Cyrus's altered expression, she said, Hello? Are you here as a guest or for good? Cyrus shook his head confused. What do you mean for good? She smirked. Well, you asked me to take care of Christopher to get a good inheritance. Now you have that opportunity. Why don't you woo him further? Cyrus turned purple with rage. So this is what you've been up to. You're conspiring against me on purpose. Well, I'll make your life miserable. Don't even think about getting a divorce. And you won't get anything if you divorce me. Understand? Yvonne shook her head. I didn't doubt it. What could I possibly get from you? The house is yours and your mother's, even though we saved the money for it together. I'd rather stay here in the village with Christopher and work at the local school than listen to your reproaches every day. Realizing he'd accomplished nothing here, Cyrus decided to leave, especially since Christopher threatened him with a charge of buckshot if he appeared again. Back home, Cyrus told his mother what had happened. Cursing her daughter-in-law at every turn, Michaela berated herself for making such an unfortunate mistake by not controlling everything at once. It's all because of my laziness, the mother-in-law barked to herself. However, Yvonne didn't care. With Christopher's suggestion, the school in the neighbouring village would be repaired, and soon teachers from other schools would return to teach the local children. But when the question arose as to who would become the principal, everyone pointed to Yvonne. She smiled and shook her head. Oh, come on, what kind of principal would I be? Let someone with more experience take that role. I want to teach language and literature as before. 4 months passed. Christopher looked with obvious approval at the woman he had recently considered his fiancée. The school was renovated in record time, for money, as we know, can work wonders. Not always, of course, but that doesn't change the essence of the matter. Cyrus, as promised, began to obstruct the divorce in every possible way. In the end, he even brought the case to court, which of course disgraced himself on the whole city and the region. This was because Yvonne and Christopher didn't keep silent, telling the court everything as it was, including the matter of the will. Having exposed himself to public ridicule, Cyrus realized he was now an outcast. His mother, Michaela, shared his fate. Having forgotten, in her pursuit of profit, that one shouldn't dig a pit for another, lest one fall into it oneself. As for Yvonne, she was thriving at her new workplace. The school's principal was an honest and principled man who never compromised his conscience and always did what a true teacher should do. In less than a year and a half, Yvonne received more good news. Ironically, it coincided with the news of her pregnancy. She learned she had been nominated for the Teacher of the Year award. In due time, the award finally found its heroine. Looking at his wife, Christopher smiled and silently thanked fate for bringing him together with this woman, who had first become his caregiver, then his fiancée, and now his life partner.
"You can't do this to me and Chloe," Nicole cried, watching her husband pack. "Do what? Betray you? Is that what you think?" Todd was furious. "Isn't that what it is? It's betrayal. You're not only leaving me, but also our daughter who adores you." "Don't exaggerate. I'm not abandoning our daughter. I'll see her regularly." "Regularly? Like on Saturdays? Do you think that's enough for a girl her age? Or do you think she'll forgive you when she finds out you're leaving us for a mistress?" "Then don't say to her I'm leaving for a mistress. We're just going to live apart for a while." "What? Do you want me to lie to our daughter? That's repugnant. You can't even count on that." Todd threw his shirts on the bed and spun to face his wife. "Do you really not understand why I'm leaving? Or are you pretending not to?" "I really don't understand," Nicole admitted honestly. "Then let me make it clear. I'm tired of you, of your constant focus on everything except me. Where's the Nicole who looked like a magazine model? Look at you. You've let yourself go." The situation was hurtful, painful, and above all, utterly unfair. Nicole and her husband had been married for 17 years. In that time, she had only gained 4 kilos, which was insignificant considering her age and the fact that she had given birth to a child. Plus, she had had another bad pregnancy, after which she was on hormones for almost a year, and even so, she had managed to avoid substantial weight gain. Nicole took care of herself and always presented herself brilliantly, as her job required frequent interactions with respectable clientele. With a gaze filled with resentment, Nicole looked at her husband. This deceitful man, who had been unfaithful multiple times over the past 5 years, was now attempting to tarnish and defame his wife rather than admit his own insatiable nature. The most despicable aspect of infidelity, Nicole thought, was not the act itself, but the cowardice in blaming one's partner rather than accepting the mistake. Nicole stopped crying. She suddenly realized that she herself didn't mind him leaving. "You know what? Leave. I'm fed up with your lies, your incessant nagging, and your ever-changing mistresses. Do you believe I'm unaware of your string of women? Just because I kept quiet doesn't mean I didn't know. I was hoping that you'd hang out a little and then settle down. I thought it was a midlife crisis, but it appears that people like you are incapable of loyalty and genuine feelings." Saying this, Nicole spun around and went out of the room, slamming the door behind her. The woman sat in the kitchen, sipping her coffee. It was the only solace she could find. She couldn't comprehend how Todd, who had been so attentive and caring for the past 5 years, had turned into such an ungrateful and audacious person. The fault most likely lay with money. When Nicole and Todd got married, they were penniless. Nicole was fresh out of the college, and Todd was working a state job for a pittance. After their wedding, Nicole found work as a designer at a small company. When she became pregnant a year later, she offered her position to Todd during her maternity leave. Interestingly, there was only a 2-year age gap between them. Both were designers by trade,
having studied at the same college, yet they were complete strangers. Their paths crossed by chance on a street when Nicole's grocery bag ripped, and Todd helped gather and carry her items home. Nicole was more talented than her spouse, which always bothered him. Todd vividly remembered Nicole introducing him at her company, where he presented his work to the manager. The manager, with a disgruntled look, had remarked, "Yes, frankly, he's mediocre. Your wife is much more talented, Todd." This phrase echoed in his mind every time he worked, stirring up envy for his wife's success. After her maternity leave, Nicole returned to that company, which had since grown and reached new heights. Todd hoped to stay on due to the company's expansion, but the head was firm. "Todd, we had a contract with you for the period of Nicole's maternity leave. Unfortunately, we have to let you go." Todd was angry with his wife, even though it was not her fault. "Todd, you'll find a good office. Why are you so upset?" Nicole tried to console him. "Where will I find a job that pays as well as this? Do you think everyone will be waiting for me?" "I'm not as talented as some people," Todd retorted. "Why are you mad at me? Is it my fault that my work is more appreciated?" Nicole asked, not understanding his rage. "Listen, why don't you create an impressive project and claim it's mine? That way, I might have a chance at the Emerald Estate. It's the best place in town." Nicole looked at her husband in surprise. "I'm sorry, but how am I supposed to create a project for you to claim as your own?" "It's very simple. You're my wife, and a husband and wife are supposed to help each other." "But that's not fair. I can't do that." "Well, then I'll be unemployed, and you'll support me and Chloe, since you're so talented and gifted." "Look, don't twist things around. Look for another firm. Why do you have to go to Emerald Estate?" "Because it's level. It's a mega cool company." Then Nicole said something she regretted later. "That's right. They're very cool and have to live up to their level. Even I wouldn't risk submitting my project to their corporation." Todd grew angry. He ran around the room, yelling at the top of his voice, accusing Nicole of being a traitor. He said she didn't love him, thought he was talentless, and didn't believe in him. Nicole tried to calm him down, but it was useless. Todd left home for 2 days and stayed with his mother. Nicole called her home, trying to speak with Todd, but he didn't answer his phone, and his cell was turned off. After 2 days, Todd came home, apologized to Nicole, and admitted he was wrong. "It's just, I need support. It's extremely important to me that you believe in me. I want to earn a lot so that you and Chloe won't need anything. That's why I want to get to Emerald Estate, and I was sure you'd agree to help me." "But the deception could easily be exposed," Nicole objected. "I can't tell you everything about the project, so you won't be able to answer all the questions you might be asked. And then what? Embarrass yourself for the whole town? You know how fast information travels in this environment. You won't be able to get a job at all." "I hadn't thought of that, to be honest." "But I did. That's why I refused to take part in this scam." "Okay, I'll think of something else." For nearly 6 years, Todd moved from firm to firm, never staying in one place for long. Either he was not satisfied with the pay and conditions, or the management was not satisfied with the quality of Todd's work. Then Nicole's father died and left a small inheritance. Nicole's mother had died a long time ago. She had no siblings, so everything her father had earned and saved during his life went to his only daughter. This included a 2-bedroom apartment, a small summer house, and about $30,000 in savings. Nicole was surprised her father managed to save such a sum, because he lived quite modestly and had a small pension. Besides, the apartment Nicole and her family lived in was given to her by her grandmother. "Todd, I've been thinking. Let's sell Dad's apartment, add it to the savings, and open our own design bureau," Nicole suggested. "Are you serious?" Todd's question was unclear, either filled with sarcasm or surprise.
And why not? Don't you think we can handle it?
I don't know. It's risky and there's a lot of competition.
Look, if we don't try, we won't know what we're capable of. I think it's worth the risk. Besides, it's my inheritance, so I have the right to make the decision.
Okay, let's take the risk.
They began looking for an office and gathering paperwork. During this period, Nicole discovered she was pregnant for the second time.
See, this is a sign that we're doing everything right,
she told her husband. However, things weren't as rosy as they seemed. A couple of days later, Nicole was admitted to the hospital with a threatened miscarriage. The doctors advised her to stay for at least a few weeks.
Nicole, what do we do about the firm now?
What do you mean? What do you do? You open and set it up while I'm here. If only Nicole knew how much she would regret her decision 6 years later, when her husband would leave her for his mistress, taking not only his belongings but also their joint company. So, Nicole stayed in the hospital for almost a month. She was consistently ill, as if her body was rejecting the pregnancy. After being discharged, she was ordered to avoid any physical activity. Nicole was advised to rest more, walk less, and avoid stress. Staying calm didn't work. Todd had constant conflicts with one person or another. He used to come and tell his wife everything, complaining, looking for support and understanding. Nicole sympathized with her husband and was constantly worried about him. Eventually, she ended up back in the hospital and suffered a miscarriage with complications. She stayed in the hospital for almost a month and then had to take various medications for a long time. The doctors delivered a sad verdict. Nicole would not be able to have any more children. She had always dreamed of having a son, but it seemed that dream would never come true. Nicole was hesitant to tell Todd about her real health condition, but she felt she couldn't withhold the information. And when she told him everything, she was surprised by his reaction.
What's the problem? We have a child.
I wanted a son. I thought you did too, Nicole responded.
I don't care, to be honest.
Nicole was hurt by his indifference. She spent some time in a depressed state, needing time to regain her mental and physical health. Meanwhile, Todd was busy with the firm. He was hiring people, taking orders, and doing quite well, until Nicole joined the workplace. With her arrival, things started to change. Clients who used to prefer Todd now leaned towards Nicole. She was quicker to find the necessary project variant, more accommodating, and friendlier compared to Todd. As a result, Todd began to resent his wife and envy her success. This dynamic persisted for the next 5 years. Todd sought solace in the company of other women and constantly grumbled about his wife. Some women left him due to his incessant complaints, while others left because they realized he would treat them the same way if they were in his wife's shoes. Consequently, they didn't want to be with such a man. For a long time, women came and went in Todd's life until he met Anita 6 months ago. Anita was a savvy and business-minded young lady. She quickly realized that with the right approach, she could benefit from Todd. She comforted him, sympathized with his troubles, and lamented about his career-driven, selfish wife. And Todd fell for her. She was precisely the woman he thought he needed. Over the past 6 months, he constantly nagged his wife and picked fights intentionally. Encouraged by his mistress, his resentment towards Nicole grew. Anita guided Todd on how to behave, what to say, and how to hurt his wife the most. Today, Todd was packing his belongings to leave Nicole for Anita, who he believed was the only one who truly understood and loved him. Nicole finished her coffee and called her friend. Morena was not only Nicole's closest friend, but also the godmother to their daughter Chloe. More importantly, she was incredibly wise. "Hi, Morena, we need to meet," Nicole said. "Hi, is something wrong?" Morena immediately sensed trouble. "Yes, Todd left me." "What do you mean, left?
Morena was taken aback.
Literally, he packed his stuff and left for his mistress. Said he's had enough of me. What a shock! How could he get tired of you? After all, you've been supporting him throughout your marriage. He's so ungrateful. Well, let him leave the company. Morena was furious. She had always disliked Todd and knew how much Nicole had done for him. So, can we meet tonight? Nicole asked. Sure, I'll ask the chief to excuse me now and I'll be at your place in an hour. That's the thing about Morena. She would drop everything to help a friend, no matter the place or time. For her, friendship was a 24/7 commitment. Nicole admired her friend and strived not to take advantage of this dedication. But in this situation, Nicole knew she needed Morena's support and advice. Chloe, returning from school, asked, Hi, Mum. Why aren't you at work? I don't feel well, so I stayed home. How was school? Everything's fine. Can I go out for a couple of hours, then do my homework? Nicole calmly allowed it, which was unusual, as she typically required homework to be completed before any outings. Sensing something was off, Chloe asked, Mummy, are you okay? I heard you fell under the weather, but you seem more than just sick. Nicole decided it was time to tell her daughter the truth. Chloe, Daddy's gone. I don't get it. What do you mean, he's gone? Where? To another woman. To another woman? Chloe was in disbelief. What's his problem? He said I've gained weight and I don't look after myself anymore. Is he blind or stupid? Does he really think you're the one who gained weight and doesn't look after yourself? That's ridiculous. He probably wants a younger woman. I hate him. Chloe, don't say that. He's your father. So what? Where is my father? I don't see him. I only see my mum, who's always been there, while Dad was always busy with himself, his ambitions and his plans. I will not communicate with him, and don't ask me to. You're almost an adult, so you can decide for yourself. I won't ask you to do it if you don't want to. I really can't get it. How could a normal person leave you? I don't understand, and especially because, according to his excuses, you've gotten fat. It's an idiotic and total lie. Chloe mumbled to herself as she went to her room. Nicole heard Chloe calling someone. Meg, my plans have changed. We'll go out tomorrow because I'll stay with Mum tonight. Dad's left us. To hell with him. I don't want to leave her alone. Nicole was moved to tears. She always knew she had raised a good girl, and Chloe's actions proved it. Chloe, I'm sorry I overheard your conversation. Morena's coming to visit me soon. You can go for a walk if you like. No, Mummy, I'll stay with you. We need a brainstorming session and a women's council. My godmother and I will definitely figure out a way to get back at him. Sweetie, I don't want revenge. Let him live his life as he pleases. It'll be easier for us. We just need to sort out the firm. Okay, when godmother comes, we'll sort it out. Chloe concluded in an adult manner. Morena arrived with a bottle of wine and a cake, giving her distressed friend the choice between drowning her sorrows in wine or indulging in sweets. Well, who here needs a Morena's ambulance? She asked as Chloe opened the door. Nicole was always amazed by her friend's relentless positivity. It was a mystery where Morena got her strength and energy, but she was never short of it. It's so good to see you, Nicole greeted, hugging Morena. Likewise. Now, tell me, how dare he leave you? I kept thinking about it while driving. He's been living off you all these years. Ungrateful jerk. Morena turned to Chloe, who stood in the doorway. I'm sorry, Chloe. I realise he's your father. So, I entirely agree with you. Do you know what he accused Mum of? That she doesn't take care of herself, and that she's fat. Can you believe it? Morena looked at Nicole in surprise. Really? Yeah. Godmother, what should we do? We have to get back at him. But how? Chloe asked.
That's something to think about. Nicole, is the company registered to you? Morena asked. Yeah. Who else would it be registered to? I'm sorry. Are you sure about that? Have you seen the documents? Her friend asked. Nicole pondered this. Indeed, Todd hadn't shown her the finalised documents. She had only signed a general power of attorney to represent her interests during the company registration, and that was it. At the time, she hadn't cared about the details. You know, I didn't even see them. All I remember is giving him the power of attorney. Then I had a miscarriage and I stopped worrying about the company for a bit. Afterward, I just resumed work, and Todd and I worked as equals, as co-owners. You should definitely clarify that. Wait, why as co-owners? Aren't you supposed to be the sole owner? The company was opened with money from your inheritance. We agreed to co-own the company. Oh my gosh. So you're just giving him half of the company. It seemed like a good idea. I didn't expect us to get divorced. He's always been ambitious. I wanted to boost his confidence and support him. You did, and all that got you was an insulting thank you note. Okay, calm down. I'll go to the office tomorrow and sort things out. He can't do anything to the company without my approval. I wish that were true, Morena said sadly, but it seems to me that things aren't as simple and clear-cut. My intuition tells me that he's got a few aces in his pocket. Morena, I know you don't like him, but you're overreacting. What sabotage could he pull off if the firm is ours? There's only going to be a division issue. Someone might buy out someone else's part of the business. And whose name are the accounts under? Morena asked. 2 people with equal rights. Why don't we call the bank? Morena suggested, and request access to the account. We'll immediately know who the real owner is. Are you implying that Todd could have tricked me here? Nicole was shocked. Don't make things up, please. I'll call right now just to prove you wrong. Nicole called the bank where they had their personal and company accounts. She asked the operator for details about the company account. I'm sorry, the operator apologized. Only the account holder can access such information. I understand, but I am the co-owner of the account, Nicole replied calmly. I'm sorry, no. This account has one owner. There are no co-owners listed. Stunned, Nicole dropped the phone. I don't understand. I don't understand anything. Am I making it up or not? I'm afraid, my dear, you don't have a firm either, Morena sadly summarized. Can someone explain to me what's going on? Chloe asked, confused. Your daddy took away Mum's business and all the money. He set it up in advance. Wow. But the company was organized with Grandpa's money. He didn't invest a dime, and now he gets everything. Does justice exist, or only in fairy tales? Chloe was growing angry. Girls, wait. Calm down. I'll talk to Todd. Maybe there's a mistake. Yeah, the mistake of youth when you married him, Morena retorted. Chloe sat for a while, then tactfully excused herself, giving her mother and godmother an opportunity to discuss their feminine matters. The following morning, Nicole visited the company, intending to clarify the misunderstanding with Todd. However, to her surprise, Todd was not there, and his return was uncertain. Nicole attempted to go over some papers at the firm, but couldn't find them. It seemed Todd had hidden them well. After spending the entire day in the office, Nicole tried calling Todd, only to find his number disconnected. With no other option, she packed up and drove home. Todd was absent for 4 days. On the 5th day, he casually returned to the office. From the doorway, he bluntly told his almost ex-wife Nicole that she was no longer employed there. What's that supposed to mean? Nicole asked, puzzled. It means you're fired, my dear. You were listed with the firm as a salarized employee. My firm does not need your services now, so you're laid off. Any questions? He responded. Plenty. This is our firm. Actually, more mine than yours. You can't dismiss me, Nicole retorted, growing angry and afraid at the same time. No, you're wrong. I own the firm outright. You can try to challenge it in court, but I must warn you, there's hardly any money left on your card, and don't expect any new receipts. So you have no money for a lawyer or a lawsuit. You can't do that. Oh, I've heard that phrase a long time ago, and you know, I could do it then, and I can do it now. Any questions? No questions. So, take your stuff and go out. Todd gloated. It was clear he was exultant. Don't get upset. A talented designer like you will quickly find a job. And I will manage my firm myself. You're such a jerk. How could I have lived with you for so many years? Nicole stormed out of Todd's office, packed her personal belongings, and left the firm for good. For a while, she tried to change the situation and influence her ex-husband, but over time she realized it was futile, and she really didn't have the money for endless court battles. Nicole started job hunting. She wasn't accustomed to idleness and couldn't afford it. She had to support herself and Chloe. She couldn't rely on Todd's decency or alimony. Despite her name's popularity, she struggled to find a job. Following Lee's advice, she posted an advertisement online offering her design services, showcased her work, and waited. Just 2 days later, Nicole's first project client appeared. He wanted a design for his father's house restoration and needed it quickly. Nicole enthusiastically accepted the task and completed it overnight. The client was not only impressed by the speed, but also the quality of her work. May I share your contact details with my friends? They're planning to build a house and need an expert, he asked. Absolutely, I would really appreciate that, Nicole responded, feeling excited. After receiving her first payment for the order, including a speed bonus, Nicole was thrilled. Customers began to appear one after another, like mushrooms after rain. In 3 months, Nicole had already formed a queue of orders and was signing up clients for weeks in advance. The paradox was that, despite the presence of quite a large selection of design bureaus in the city, clients went to her. Some even left renowned firms like Emerald Estate to work with her. This boosted her confidence and flattered her. Gradually, Nicole's business gained so much momentum that she considered opening her own design bureau. She was overwhelmed with orders and couldn't keep up alone. She lacked the funds for such a venture, but Morena persuaded her to take a risk and secure a loan. A year after her divorce, Nicole owned a bureau that no one else could claim. Her business didn't just thrive, it excelled. She had a substantial staff that included 3 architects, 4 designers, an accountant, a lawyer, a PR manager, and a secretary. Assembling such a team in a year was a major achievement. One day, an unusual client visited their office. He planned to renovate his hotel chain's interiors. However, he wanted more than a simple refresh. He desired something special and genuinely unique. Nicole pledged to personally visit one of the hotels to understand what changes could be made and how to introduce a unique element into the interior. In the evening, she informed Chloe that she was going on a 2-day business trip. Oh, that's something new. Where are you going? Chloe asked. I'm going to another state. The client operates a chain of hotels across the country, but he wants to start specifically in this state. I'm going to see what interesting ideas can be implemented there. Soon, you'll have international clients. You're going to be very popular, Chloe smiled. I'm proud of you, Mum. Thank you, sweetie. That's lovely to hear. Upon her return from the business trip, Nicole gathered all the designers and outlined her vision for the project. The team began a brainstorming session, proposing various options. Ultimately, they conceived a grand, large-scale plan, but it needed their client's approval. Nicole called him. Levine, good afternoon. We should meet to discuss your project. We have an interesting proposal, but we would like your approval before proceeding. If you're not satisfied, we can consider other options. Sure, let's meet for dinner at a restaurant tonight. Does Astoria suit you? Astoria was an expensive restaurant, beyond Nicole's usual reach, but she didn't want to decline, so she agreed. Yes, good choice. Let's meet at 7. Does that work? Great. See you tonight, then. Around 5, Morena called her to chat a little. When she heard that Nicole had an important client meeting at Astoria, she asked with a sly smile, "Oh, how interesting. Is your client young and handsome?" "Oh, Morena, he is just a client." "You need to stop being so professional. You need to sort out your personal life. Don't recall about that leech. He's living off you, remember? It's time for you to find your happiness while you're young." "But this client is definitely not my type." "Why not? Is he old? Ugly? Rude? Does he smell bad?" "Morena, don't be absurd. He's not old, just a few years older than me. He's not ugly. In fact, he's very handsome, polite and cultured. But he's out of a much higher status, Morena. He's out of my league. And yes, he smells divine." "Oh, what do you mean, not your league? You're not from a garbage dump either. Is he married?" "I think so. A man like that can't be alone." "Do you know anything about him at all? What a kindergarten! We live in the 21st century. We have free access to all kinds of information, and you don't know anything? What's his last name?" Nicole answered, and Morena quickly Googled the information. In a few minutes, she already had a small dossier. So, 40 years old, single, owns 4 hotels. His older brother founded the construction company Emerald Estate. Emerald Estate? Nicole repeated aloud several times. "Morena, it's Emerald Estate." "Wow, cool." Morena feigned surprise. "What's that?" "Seriously, Morena, it's the best architectural corporation in the area. All the top architects and designers work for it." "Well, I'm sorry I don't work in that industry, so I have no idea who he is." "I just can't understand why he would come to our bureau when he has his brother's." Nicole wondered aloud. "You'll find out if you go to his place for dinner." "You're right. However, I don't know how to act around him. It seems he's lying to me or thinks I'm really foolish for trying so blatantly to hide who he is. But wait, if he was trying to hide, he wouldn't have come here and left his contact details. I'm completely baffled. Even I can't figure out why he didn't ask his brother for help, but came to you instead. It's a mystery. Regardless, Nicole, go to dinner and talk to him openly. Then call me, or I'll stay awake worrying and imagining. I'll call you when I get home. Thanks for your help." Nicole arrived at the restaurant at 7 sharp. It was inappropriate to be late for a business dinner. Jeremy Levine was sitting at a table waiting for his guest. Nicole walked over, greeted him, and sat down across from her client. She couldn't decide where to start, with the project or with clarifying the circumstances that led Jeremy Levine to visit her office. "Is something bothering you?" her astute conversation partner asked. To be honest, yes. Nicole, who wasn't one to weave deceit, asked straightforwardly, "Tell me, why did you approach my bureau, given your brother's company?" Jeremy Levine smiled, as if he had been waiting for this question. "You see, we had a disagreement. Orson, being the eldest, believes he knows best, but I'm mature and independent enough to make my own decisions. I don't rely on him, yet he continues to offer advice. When I approached him about developing a unique, memorable project for my hotels, he dismissed it as a waste of money. Despite my attempts to convince him that my business is my own, he wouldn't budge. So I told him I'd find designers from a different company to work on the project. He laughed, confident that only the best designers work for him. But I believe you can create an exceptional design and surprise my brother." Nicole appeared surprised and listened to Jeremy Levine's monologue.
Yes, life often presents more surprises than we anticipate. She smiled and spoke aloud. It's quite difficult to catch me off guard, but you managed. Your brother is right, he has the best specialists, but I see this situation as a challenge. I'm ambitious and somewhat vain, so I can't let it be. We've come up with something original for your hotels, but I need your approval or rejection of the strategy before we proceed. Nicole presented the sketch and design and placed it on the table for Jeremy Levine. He grabbed the folder, opened it, and began to examine it eagerly. He leafed through the contents repeatedly. Nicole's hands trembled with excitement, and sweat trickled down her back.
Nicole, you're a genius. There's no flattery or exaggeration here. It's not just a project. It's a realization of my fantasy that I couldn't articulate. How did you do it? Can you read minds?
Jeremy Levine was bursting with emotions. It was evident that his feelings were sincere and couldn't be feigned. Nicole was indeed a talented designer. You're embarrassing me. Half the restaurant is looking at us, Nicole responded. Jeremy Levine hadn't realized his excited whisper had grown into a near scream as he praised Nicole.
Let them watch. It's not real. It's fantastic. I have no words, he said, taking the sketches in his hands again. Do I need to sign somewhere? I accept this project.
Wait, it's still raw. We'll finalize it, and I'll mail it to you.
Great! I love it! I knew I came to the right person. We have so much more we can do together.
He paused, smiling enigmatically.
I can just imagine the look on Orson's face.
Do you think your brother will like this project?
Absolutely. I think he'll be knocking on your door with an offer to join his company. He doesn't tolerate competition. If someone is truly talented, they should work for him. It's his life principle. You'll have a tough time turning him down.
Just what I need. To start a war with Emerald Estate, Nicole responded with a sad smile.
Don't worry, I'll be there for you, unless you have a very jealous husband.
I'm divorced, Nicole said calmly. Won't your wife be jealous?
I'm a widower. I have a son, he's 11, it's just the two of us.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. My wife passed away 5 years ago. I've come to terms with it and moved on. Do you have children?
Yeah, a daughter. She's 15. She'll be 16 soon. It's just the two of us.
So mature. You must have given birth early, huh? Pardon me for asking such a tactless question.
Why early? I had a baby when I was 23. I'm 38, and I've never been ashamed of my age or hidden it, as some women do. I don't see the point.
I never thought you were that old. That's not flattery or a compliment, it's the truth. You look amazing.
Nicole smiled. At this point, she wanted to share that she had divorced her husband because he thought just the opposite, but she kept silent. Thank you. How about you?
I'm 41. I'm not much older than you, I guess. I look older, don't I?
No, that's what I told my friend. I thought you were a couple of years older than me, Nicole said, not immediately realizing what she had shared. Jeremy Levine looked at her in surprise. You were talking about me to your friend? It's just that she wanted to come over to my place tonight. I told her I had a business dinner at a restaurant, and she asked me who I was with and how old he was. Morena will never give up trying to remarry me. Nicole smiled strainedly and thought to herself, why am I saying all this? What a shame. If he runs away from me, that's what I deserve. I have to think about what and who to talk to. What an idiot I am.
You have a good friend,
Jeremy smiled. Yes, that's true. After finishing dinner and discussing all the project details, Jeremy Levine suggested that Nicole take a short walk.
If you're not in a hurry, of course.
No, I'm not. I just need to call my daughter to see how she's doing.
Sure, no problem. I understand. Chloe was at home, had already eaten dinner, and was watching a movie on the internet. Mommy, don't worry, I'm an adult now, and you rest, it's not too late. Okay, I'll be home soon. After leaving the restaurant, they strolled along the embankment. The walk proved to be incredibly enjoyable. Nicole shared about her accomplished projects, which she was proud of, while Jeremy spoke about his hotels scattered across the country. They found each other's company intriguing and had lots to discuss. Before they knew it, they had reached Nicole's house. I must go now, we're here, Nicole said, sounding regretful. She wasn't ready to part ways with him. Did something upset you? Have I done or said something wrong? Jeremy asked. No, not at all. I enjoyed our time together. Yet you seem upset. We can have another evening like this, whenever you'd like. What about you? Nicole asked, looking into his eyes. I'd like that very much, Jeremy said with a smile. Nicole blushed and diverted her gaze. Let's first finish your project, then we can return to the restaurant and celebrate, she suggested. How long will your team need to complete it? Just a couple of days. Then it's settled. I'll be awaiting the draft in my inbox, and thank you for a delightful evening. He leaned over and kissed her hand. Thank you too. Nicole smiled and looked into his eyes again. See you later. She returned home, happy and satisfied. Mummy, you've been out so long. Now I know what it's like to wait for someone. How was your dinner? Splendid. Chloe, I think I'm in love. Wow, that's news. Love at first sight. No, we've talked before. So, from the second sight? Nicole smiled. Ah, well, that changes the case, of course, laughed Chloe. Who is he? I'll show you right now. Search for Jeremy Levine. Chloe quickly typed in the data, and upon seeing the photos whistled. Wow, good choice, Mummy. Owner of a hotel chain. Sibling of a construction corporation owner. Well, at least he might not want to take your firm from you. And he's so handsome. I like him. We approve. Chloe, come on. I'm the one who fell in love with him, not the other way around. He doesn't need me. Why? Then why did he invite you to the restaurant? To discuss a project we're working on. Mummy, you're smart and beautiful, but clueless about love. I'm sorry. No man invites a woman to a restaurant to discuss a project. That can be done during office hours. If he invited you, it means he likes you as a woman. Do you think so? Yes, of course. I'm sure you do. If you don't believe me, ask my godmother. Oh, I promised to call her. Do you think it's not too late? I don't think so. She's expecting your call. She called me twice this evening to check if you're here. Okay, I'll get changed and then call her. Even though it was around midnight, Nicole still dialed her friend. You awake? No, of course not. I'm waiting to hear about your evening. Come on, spill the details. Nicole laughed and recounted how the evening had unfolded, what they had discussed, the walk they took afterwards, and confessed her burgeoning love for this man. Finally, God has answered my prayers, Morena said, referring to Nicole's past troubles with Todd. That's enough, don't bring that up. You know, Morena, I don't think it's going to work out. We are from different worlds. Listen, don't make things up. According to your stories, he's a normal guy, not from a royal family, just like you. Except he has a bossy brother who will hate me for this project. So what? What does his brother have to do with it? He has his own mind. Moreover, he isn't afraid of his brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this project conflict. So, don't worry, and build your new relationship in peace. Okay, you've calmed me down. I'll try. After chatting some more, Nicole took a shower and went to bed. It had been an emotional evening, and she fell asleep quickly. The next day she dropped Chloe off at school and went to work. She had to work hard on Jeremy's project to finish it quickly that day. By evening, the team had nearly completed the project. Nicole looked at her watch. 19:30. "Guys, let's call it a day. We'll finish it tomorrow morning. There's not much left." Everyone left, leaving Nicole alone. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. "Yes," Nicole said quietly, unaware of who she was about to encounter. The door opened, and on the threshold stood Jeremy Levine, holding a huge bouquet of red roses. "Good evening. You know, I've been thinking and decided that we can have dinner without an occasion," he said with a smile. "What do you think?" "Good evening," Nicole responded, her smile radiant. "I don't mind." She walked over to Jeremy, accepted the bouquet, and brought it up to her face. The roses smelled divine. "Thank you. I'm pleased." "A beautiful woman should receive flowers regularly, in recognition of her beauty and charm," Jeremy stated. "Not all men think so," Nicole replied. "What fools! Then they risk losing their women. There's always someone who truly appreciates their women." "Maybe." "Do you still have a lot of work to do? All your employees have already left. You're not planning to work alone, are you?" "How do you know everyone's gone? Did you stake out my office?" "I had to. I didn't want to embarrass you." "Thank you. It's nice that you care about my reputation, but as they said, I have such an impeccable reputation that I needed to be compromised a long time ago." Nicole smiled. "I'll keep that in mind, but without your consent, I wouldn't dare show up in front of the employees." "Let's go to dinner. I'm really hungry." Nicole smiled again. Tonight's dinner was more interesting and emotional than the first. Jeremy looked at Nicole like a cat eyeing sour cream. She noticed it and understood that a man of his age wouldn't play around for long. However, Jeremy maintained his composure and didn't allow anything inappropriate. The only thing he couldn't resist was a farewell kiss. It was the first time Jeremy had felt such emotions since his wife's death. He hadn't been in a relationship for almost a year. Then women began to appear, but these were casual relationships. Nicole, however, stirred up a storm of emotions within him. He relished their communication and didn't want to let her go, but he had to, because Chloe was waiting for Nicole at home. Nicole entered her apartment and heard her daughter talking to someone. Walking into the kitchen, she found Todd. "Oh, Mum's here," Todd said with naive affection, but his expression became tense as he looked at Nicole. "Where did you come from, so beautiful?" "From work. What are you doing here?" Nicole, clearly surprised, asked her ex-husband. Since their divorce, Tom had only paid a visit to their daughter once and phoned a few times. "And where does our mum work?" Todd asked Chloe. "Mum works for herself. She owns a firm," Chloe declared. "Really?" Todd looked surprised. "Since when?" "About a year now." "How interesting. And how are you doing? Do you have any clients? Or should I give you a couple for the sake of our old friendship?" Todd's tone was clearly smug. Then Chloe blurted out something she clearly shouldn't have. "Well, I don't think she needs your offer. Mr. Levine is one of her clients. Do you even know who he is?" The girl, in her adolescent maximalism, didn't realize her actions. She childishly sought revenge on her father, the traitor, in the only ways she knew how. "Who is your client?" Todd asked, disbelieving what he'd heard. "It's a different Levine, not the one you're thinking of." "Just a namesake?" "No, his brother." "What's his business?" Nicole decided it was time to end the charade. "So, you've come to see our daughter, so please do it. but I won't discuss my business with you. Understand?" With that, Nicole left the room. Chloe, fearing she'd revealed too much, ran after her mother.
"Mum, I'm a fool. I shouldn't have told him about it. Should I?"
"It's okay, Chloe. I understand you wanted to annoy him." "Okay, I'll say goodbye for him now. He's been sitting here for half an hour already." Todd left, and Nicole honestly thought that was the end of it. However, after leaving his ex-wife's apartment, Todd immediately looked up who Orson Levine's brother was. The results shocked him. Todd may have not been a talented designer, but he wasn't a fool. He understood that the owner of a hotel chain might order several projects from Nicole at once, which could mean significant money for a small firm. Upon arriving home, he immediately told Anita. "Can you believe she managed to outdo me and steal a significant client? Why did he choose her? Where's her office?" "Todd, calm down. Why are you so angry?" Anita asked. "Why? Because I didn't leave her any money, and she still managed to come up. You should have seen her, all pleased and happy. It's infuriating." "So let's do something. Is there a way we can attract her clients to us?" Anita suggested. "No, I have a better idea. I'll pretend to want to reconcile with her and propose a merger, and then I'll make it so that she'll be left with nothing again," he plotted. "I'm not sure if she'd even consider a reconciliation. Why would she do that?" Anita queried. "I'll tell her that I've come to my senses and want to return to my family. She's gullible, she'll believe me," he assured. "I don't like that idea, but okay. I have one condition. You won't sleep with her." Anita gave an ultimatum. "Okay," Todd agreed, thinking to himself that without following this condition, he had no chance of winning back Nicole. He planned to start acting on Monday to avoid arousing suspicion in Nicole. She was gullible, but not foolish. Meanwhile, Jeremy invited Nicole out of town for a weekend. "Will you have someone to leave Chloe with? I'd prefer it to just be the two of us, without the kids." Nicole clearly understood the purpose of the trip and had no objections. Arranging for Chloe's care was easy. Her friend Morena, knowing where Nicole was going and who she was with, was happy to take care of her goddaughter for the weekend. "Yes, my best friend Morena is also my daughter's godmother, so that won't be a problem." "Then I'll pick you up on Friday at 6. Is that okay?" "Yes, that's great." The weekend was magical. They dreamt of their future together, made plans and conversed. Jeremy recounted several times to Nicole how his brother had reacted to her project, and Nicole listened with pleasure. Orson wished to hire such a designer, but Jeremy informed him that Nicole had her own bureau and would not be interested in working for him. Orson then proposed collaborating with Nicole on a new city project that his company had recently won the bid for. "Brother, you need to speak with Nicole yourself. I don't wish to mediate in these matters. Besides, my line of work is different, and I have no knowledge of your business." That very day, Orson personally visited Nicole's office, and they agreed to collaborate on this large project. Nicole was pleased with Orson's offer and the praise he heaped on her professional abilities. This happened just a couple of days ago. But today, she was even happier, having such a decent man by her side. "Nicole, I have an idea. When do you and Orson start working?" "Next month. Why?" "Why don't we take the kids to the islands for a week? Once work starts, there won't be time to relax. Also, remember that we have a contract for a series of design projects for my hotels." "I remember everything, Jeremy. Let me talk to Chloe, and you speak with Sam. If the kids are okay with it, we can go on vacation for a week." "How easy it is to agree with you," Jeremy smiled. "I have another suggestion. Let's get married on the islands, and we can have the wedding celebration with guests after you and Orson complete the project." Nicole was taken aback and looked at Jeremy. "Are you proposing to me?"
It doesn't seem like it at all, does it? Or do you think I'm a cheapskate and haven't even bought a ring? Jeremy laughed. I didn't think that, and that's not the point anyway. But not listening to her, Jeremy slid his hand under the pillow, retrieved a ring box, opened it, and presented it to Nicole. Dear Nicole, will you agree to be my wife? Yes! She leaned over and kissed Jeremy. You're a sly one, aren't you? If we speak about surprising the woman I love, then yes, I'm a big trickster. And I never cheat. I don't understand why someone should live with a person if they have to lie. I adore you. Nicole kissed Jeremy again. They returned home Sunday night. Nicole called out from the doorstep, Are you guys home? Home! Morena and Chloe echoed in unison. I've got news. I'm getting married, Nicole announced jubilantly. Morena and Chloe, who had come out to greet her, were stunned. So soon? Chloe asked. That's not all the news. On Friday we're flying to the islands to get married. We'll have the wedding after the project is finished. Did I mention I'm participating in a major city project with Orson Levine? Nicole was radiant with joy. What do you think? Amazing. Just amazing, Chloe responded. That's an understatement, her stunned friend added. Is there a ring? Yes, here. Nicole showed off her ring. Is that an emerald? Jeremy thought an emerald was a better match for my green eyes. A diamond is too cliché. Chloe, will you come with us to the islands? Nicole asked her daughter. No, of course not. Why would I want to go to the islands? It's more interesting to go to school and live with my dad and his girlfriend, joked the girl. Nicole and Morena laughed because Chloe had such a face that it was impossible to hold back. Monday began with a surprise. When Nicole arrived at the office, Todd was already there waiting for her. She looked at her ex-husband in surprise. Chloe's not here, she's at school. I need to talk to you, not Chloe. I'm sorry, but I don't have time. I have a very busy week ahead. If it's important, we can meet in a couple of weeks. Just call ahead and schedule a visit. I have a tight schedule. Todd suspected that Nicole was exaggerating her business to appear more important. I understand that you're upset with me, and rightfully so, but we're not strangers, are we? We were together for 17 years. We have a child together. Everyone makes mistakes. Todd, I don't understand what you want. Can you be more specific? I have a meeting with Orson Levine in half an hour. It's not polite to be late. Todd either didn't hear who Nicole was meeting with or chose to ignore it and continued to press the matter. Let's arrange a time to sit down and talk properly. Tell me where and when. I've already told you in 2 weeks. It can't be sooner. I'm really busy. I don't understand why we have to meet. You've already made your choice. Nicole, I want us to be together again. Todd made his move, presenting a small bouquet of flowers he'd taken from the car. I've realised that it's only you and Chloe I need. I swear there won't be any other women. Please, give me a second chance. Nicole looked at her ex-husband, attempting to gauge the sincerity of his words. They had, after all, spent 17 years together. So, you're saying you ended it with Anita? Nicole found it challenging to believe. Yes, we're done. After our last meeting, I spent a lot of time thinking and realised my relationship with her was a mistake. It's strange how we often only appreciate what we've lost. But we still have a chance, don't we? Nicole was at a loss for words. On one hand, Todd had a point. They had spent many years together and each deserved a chance to make amends. But on the flip side, he had betrayed and deceived her.
Why should she give him a second chance? Now she had a man who treated her with warmth and reverence, and her feelings for him were equally strong. Why to repair a shattered cup? "Todd," she finally replied, "I don't think it's a good idea to try and piece together what's broken beyond repair. It's just futile." Nicole wanted to apologize and express her regret about how everything had unfolded, but just then Todd's phone rang. He answered mechanically. "Yes, honey, I'll call you back." Todd looked at Nicole, realizing that his deceit had been revealed. "You need to learn how to lie convincingly," she said. "You're too hasty. I actually believed for a moment that you were genuinely remorseful and wanted to return. But I was mistaken. As they say, the fox may change his fur, but not his habits. Go away, Todd. I can't stand the sight of you." An expensive car pulled up to the office and Jeremy emerged, carrying a large bouquet of roses. Todd assessed the bouquet, realizing his own was clearly losing. "I was foolish. I should have bought a larger bouquet. Mine can't compete," he thought. Upon seeing the man with flowers near Nicole, Jeremy was somewhat taken aback. "Darling, is there an issue with this man?" he asked. "No, I'm all right. He's Chloe's father and he's just leaving," Nicole replied calmly and confidently, and taking Jeremy's bouquet, she gave him a gentle kiss. Todd gaped at his ex-wife, unable to believe that she had not only started a business from scratch, but also established a new relationship. He discarded his modest bouquet on a bench, got into his car, and drove away. "What did he want from you?" Jeremy asked. "You'd be surprised, but he wanted to come back." "Why is that surprising? I find it odd that he left you in the first place. Wanting to return seems normal." "I'll agree with you, except for one thing. He doesn't want me. He wants my money, my connections, and my business. I heard he's not doing well, losing clients left and right." "That's not surprising. In business as in life, you're either decent or you're not. It shows." By the end of the week, Jeremy, Nicole, and their kids flew to the islands. Chloe and Sam became fast friends. They even started to resemble each other, like siblings. After the wedding, Nicole and Chloe moved into Jeremy's house. 3 months after the wedding, an unexpected joy occurred in the new family. Nicole discovered she was pregnant. "Nicole, my dear, this is the best news," Jeremy exclaimed. "I'm thrilled we're going to have another child." "But it can't be," Nicole repeated. It can't be. The doctors told me I couldn't have another child." "Nonsense. With me, anything is possible. This is just the beginning." As for Todd, he sold his failing firm for a pittance and left town. Ironically, he not only abandoned his mistress Anita, but also took all her jewellery and savings as he left. It all began with a note. Debbie sat in the staff room on a plastic stool, her back against the cold wall. In her hand, she held a white napkin. The hastily scrawled lines in a child's handwriting were etched into her memory. "My name is Alice. Alice Littman. Please help me. I'm in danger." The excessive exclamation marks made the message scream for attention. It was a cry for help. Debbie immediately knew who had left the note. That very girl. She was hard to miss. Thin, pale and beautiful, with long chocolate-coloured hair tied in a low ponytail and big brown eyes. She was about 12. Debbie had noticed her the moment she entered the cafe accompanied by her parents. They arrived late, almost at closing time. Alice's parents were obviously well off, which Debbie could tell not only from their appearance but their demeanour. The man exuded an air of superiority and arrogance, while his wife looked down on others with contempt. They were the kind of wealthy people who always seemed dissatisfied with the service or the food quality. Debbie had been a waitress at this cafe for almost 7 years, and that time had taught her a lot about people. When your salary depends on it, you learn quickly. Any mistake could lead to a complaint, jeopardizing her monthly bonus. Every penny mattered to Debbie. The quiet girl followed her parents. Debbie thought it was strange. Usually children and parents walk together, or they let their children go first. After all, this is a family cafe. The woman had seen many families, and here the daughter walked behind her parents, silent, indifferent, like a shadow. Once the family settled at a table in the centre of the room, Debbie approached to offer the menu. The father acknowledged her without making eye contact. Respecting their space, Debbie stepped back, knowing they would call her when ready to order. As closing time was nearing, she had numerous tasks left, including wiping down the bar and restocking the shelves. However, her attention was drawn to the new customers. The woman immediately noticed that the girl was dressed a little too strangely. Despite the summer heat of July, the girl was dressed as if it were fall, wearing long, dark, baggy pants, sneakers, and a long-sleeved t-shirt. Could it be a fashion trend with teenagers these days? No, it doesn't seem so, Debbie mused, having encountered countless adolescents. Contrarily, during summer, girls of this age usually accentuate their youth and beauty with more revealing and form-fitting attire. There are, of course, adherents of various subcultures, though Debbie wasn't particularly knowledgeable about them. But Alice didn't seem to belong to any of these groups either. Typically, nonconformist teenagers accessorize with symbolic trinkets, dye their hair vibrant colours, and apply bold makeup. Debbie was open-minded about such expressions, thinking youth is the best time to experiment with one's appearance. However, Alice seemed to resemble a nun more than a teenager. She wore closed black clothing, absent any makeup, and her gaze was blank, mostly directed downwards. Alice lacked the usual youthful energy, cheerfulness and curiosity. Debbie wondered if the girl was ill. She had encountered children with special needs before. The father of the family ordered coffee for himself and his wife, a milkshake for their daughter, and pancakes with fruit fillings for the whole family. They ate dinner quickly. Debbie, an onlooker, was engrossed in her own world, but kept stealing glances at the family. She was particularly interested in the girl, who ate her pancakes without much enthusiasm. It appeared as though she was eating out of necessity rather than pleasure, her pale, pretty face devoid of any emotion. Her parents conversed and even smiled among themselves, but they never addressed their daughter, as if she didn't exist. Debbie slightly empathized with the girl. Her own father was the same, indifferent, cold, and disinterested in his only daughter's life. However, Debbie's mother made up for the lack of attention from him. She would listen to Debbie, comfort her, and shower her with love when needed. Despite her demanding work schedule, Debbie's mother always knew when her daughter needed support. Debbie, in her 40s, struggled to accept her passing. Her father, who lives in another city with a new family, has always been distant and is now completely out of touch. It felt as if they weren't related. Debbie didn't have any regret, likely because she never had a close relationship with her father. In this family that visited the cafe before closing time, both parents were cold and distant towards their daughter. During dinner, the father only acknowledged his daughter when she accidentally knocked his coffee cup, spilling a few drops. The girl recoiled, anticipating punishment, a fear evident in her tense, slender shoulders. The father scolded her harshly, looking at her as if she were a repugnant insect rather than his child. The mother chided, "There you go, ruining everything again, clumsy girl." Rude parents, what can I say? You can't choose your mother and father. You're simply dealt a hand and must learn to live with it. It can be worse. Orphanages are full of children, with countless street children wandering aimlessly. Similarly, marginalised families exist where young ones endure hardships. This girl, at least, does not starve or wear rags, Debbie thought. After their meal, the family exited the cafe in the same order they had arrived. parents leading, with their daughter following like a pale shadow. Debbie shut the door behind them. The cafe was now closed. It was a family establishment, not a night bar. Drained from a long day of serving customers, Debbie stretched and sighed with relief. All that was left to do was tidy up, sweep, pick up any litter, and then she could head home. At home, a comfortable sofa, a soft plaid blanket, and her beloved cats, Red, Pancake, and White Marshmallow, awaited her. Debbie hadn't started a family of her own by the time she reached her 40s, but this didn't bother her. However, learning that she would never become a mother was a shock. She had loved children from a young age and had often fantasized about having several of her own, even pre-selecting their names. Despite this blow, Debbie found other joys in life. Debbie, who loved children immensely, worked at a family cafe. Her warm smile drew the young clients. She quickly became their favourite waitress. She would joke when needed, calm them down, or encourage them to eat a healthier but less appetizing dish. Parents regularly left compliments for Debbie, which she appreciated. After cleaning all the tables, Debbie noticed a napkin with some words left by the last customers. It was a message scrawled in red pencil. The cafe provided coloured pencils and paper for the children to draw. However, this girl had chosen to use a napkin, which could easily be hidden under the spice rack. Debbie read the alarming text and shivered. The girl wasn't ill. She was in danger and needed help. From the start, Debbie had sensed something unusual about her. One idea came to mind, contacting the police. But something told Debbie her report might not be taken seriously. She wasn't one to cause a scene or insist on having her way, even though, at 40, it might be time to learn. Debbie wasn't scared of being ridiculed by the police. She was more concerned about what would happen if they didn't believe her. She couldn't abandon the child. Debbie knew she couldn't live peacefully if she didn't find Alice. She would always think about the girl's vacant gaze and her frail figure. How could she live knowing a child was suffering somewhere, a child who had sought her help? Debbie quickly finished her business at the cafe, hailed a cab, and went to the police station. However, as she had anticipated, they did not take her seriously. "She's just messing with you," the investigator said, grinning wearily. "I have a daughter the same age. She's always concocting stories from watching soap operas." "You don't understand," Debbie protested. The girl didn't appear to be joking. She looked terrified. "Well, she's a good actress then," the uniformed man retorted, clearly eager to dismiss the bothersome visitor. "Still, you should take a statement and investigate her family." "On what grounds?" he challenged. "Have you personally seen any abuse or insults directed at this child?" Debbie reluctantly shook her head. She was starting to realize the futility of her attempts to convince the dismissive officer. "Take another look at the note. It's a cry for help." "It's a silly prank," he countered, shaking his head dismissively. "I have more pressing matters to deal with than this note." "What am I supposed to do?" Debbie muttered in confusion. "Go home," replied the investigator, "and throw away that paper on your way. Forget about this case. Teenagers are often unpredictable. I could tell you many stories about their peculiar behaviour, but I don't have the time." Debbie walked slowly through the late-night city. It was nearing midnight. Her legs ached with fatigue, but she was consumed by one thought: how to save the girl. Could this note on a napkin be Alice's last cry for help? It was clear that Alice hid the note from her abusive parents. What was happening behind their closed doors? What kind of suffering was this child enduring? Was the policeman right in dismissing it as a prank? Were the parents cold to Alice as a punishment for a similar act? Debbie wanted so badly to believe that this was a joke, but she saw the look in the girl's eyes. It was difficult to ignore. The child was miserable, deeply unhappy. "I guess I'll have to call Nolan," Debbie thought. "Yes, it is a tough decision, but what else can be done? I need peace in my heart, by any possible means. Nolan will certainly help. He's the only one among my acquaintances with that capability." Nolan used to be the closest person to her. It seems amusing now, but years ago she deemed him flawless. He appeared to be the perfect guy, tall, athletic, ambitious. They met at the store where Debbie was a clerk. It was a small store, offering various items, food, household chemicals and stationery. Everyday items that neighbourhood residents might need at any moment. Nolan was one such resident. He often came to the store for cigarettes, beer or frozen dumplings. Debbie found this cheerful young man endearing. He was always jovial, respectful, and dressed neatly and stylishly. Sometimes Nolan visited the store alone, sometimes with his friends. Debbie noticed that he didn't have a girlfriend, which pleased her, though she couldn't understand why. One day, Nolan entered the store in high spirits. Debbie didn't mind his cheerful demeanour. He asked her to weigh a few kilos of potatoes. As she was doing so, he revealed some news.
"Don't mind me, but I'm a bit tipsy, but not a drunkard. Today, I found out I'm being promoted. I've been waiting for this for a long time," Nolan explained.
"I never thought badly of you. Congratulations," Debbie responded.
"Ever since I was a kid, I've dreamed of working for the police, catching criminals and the like. Everyone told me it wouldn't work out due to my health and my father's history. He spent his life in prison. I barely knew him. Despite this, I graduated from police school, worked at a precinct for a couple of years in a low position, and today they handed me the order and gave me my rank."
There were no other customers in the store, so Debbie listened to Nolan without rush. She found it pleasant to converse with him, and interesting to learn about his personal life. Nolan had a dream, and it had finally come true. It's wonderful when dreams come true. If you want something bad enough, it always happens. Debbie smiled. "And you?" Nolan asked, peering intently into the young saleswoman's eyes. Debbie's heart fluttered, goosebumps spreading down her spine.
"Do you also dream of something?"
Debbie felt a rush of confusion. Yes, she had a cherished dream, but to reveal it to a tipsy Nolan felt too personal. Debbie lived alone. Her father had moved to another city, starting a new family. Her mother was no longer around, having suffered a sudden heart attack at work. At that time, Debbie was studying to be a history teacher. She loved children and had a knack for connecting with them. It was her mother's advice that led her to pursue a career in teaching. "You are born to be a teacher," her mother often said. "Someone like you should definitely work in a school." Debbie nodded in agreement. Her mother was right. After her father left, Debbie struggled. Money was scarce. Her mother had to support her daughter on her own. Debbie's father had faithfully paid child support until his daughter turned 18, then all assistance ceased. Debbie felt for her mother and tried to help wherever she could. She even considered dropping out of college to work. However, her mother insisted. "Don't even think about it. We'll manage. How much longer do you have left in school? Finish your degree, become a teacher, a respected person. You won't have to toil and ruin your health like I did." Debbie decided to become not just a teacher, but the best teacher, and repay her mother for all her efforts. Sadly, her mother passed away during Debbie's 3rd year of study. Debbie suddenly found herself alone in the world. She had to leave college to support herself and took a job as a clerk in a local store. Thoughts of lost opportunities, an education, a career as a teacher, all faded against the backdrop of the grief that had befallen Debbie. The wedding was modest, without the typical feast in a cafe or a crowd of guests. Debbie simply had no one to invite, and Nolan didn't desire a lavish celebration. However, his mother organised a small celebration for the couple. She invited them to her home and prepared a spread of homemade delicious food and appetizers. The celebration was a close-knit family affair, attended by the newlyweds, Nolan's brothers with their families and Nolan's mother. Everyone expressed their wishes for the couple to have children as soon as possible, and as many as they could. Nolan and Debbie who had already discussed the topic, also yearned to become parents. "We will definitely have a son," Nolan dreamt. "I will be a real father to him and spend all my time with him. We'll be best friends." Debbie smiled softly. She understood Nolan's deep yearning for a son. He wanted to provide everything he never had, especially a caring and attentive father. This desire warmed Debbie's heart, as she also dreamt of having children. However, the much-anticipated pregnancy did not occur. Initially, they didn't worry about that, attributing it to their busy work schedules and their efforts in setting up their home. But as years passed without any sign of an heir, Debbie began to panic. She resisted seeing a doctor, fearing a serious diagnosis. Nolan, on the other hand, remained optimistic. "You're always screwing yourself up," he reassured his wife. "Maybe all you need are just some pills. Anything can be treated these days." At the women's clinic, she underwent numerous tests and dutifully complied with all requirements. The blood results were almost perfect. However, an ultrasound revealed an unexpected issue. Debbie had a congenital anomaly of the pelvic organs. It didn't affect her daily life, but it prevented her from becoming a mother. "What should I do?" Debbie sobbed in the doctor's office. A middle-aged woman regarded the woman sympathetically. "Dear, don't be upset. Medical science is constantly advancing. Perhaps one day surgical procedures to correct such conditions will be possible. But for now, your only option is surrogacy." Upon hearing this, Debbie felt relief. She smiled and thanked the doctor. If there was a chance, she would definitely seize it. But at home, Debbie studied all the options and concluded that it wasn't right for them. The cost was prohibitive, the risks were high, and there were too many uncertainties. She had heard stories of the women refusing to return the child to their parents. The primary obstacle, however, was financial. She and Nolan simply didn't have the necessary funds. So the woman resigned herself to the fact that their dream would never come true. That same evening, Debbie shared her findings with her husband. He appeared confused, a look she had never seen on him since they met. She knew he was grappling with the same thoughts she had. They had been dreaming, planning and hoping, and now this. The woman wanted the usual comfort from Nolan. She longed for his hug, his soothing words, the stroke of her hair. But instead, he said, "I need to be alone," and retreated to the bedroom. Debbie was left alone with her worries in the living room. They didn't discuss it further and continued living by inertia. They went to work, shared meals and watched TV together in the evenings. But there was a tension between the couple that was very hard on both of them. Debbie visited several more doctors. Their verdict was unanimous. She would not be able to carry a baby naturally, and nothing could be done about it. Debbie gradually came to terms with it, although it was difficult. Nolan appeared to have accepted reality as well. He joked and smiled again, but he no longer spoke about plans and generally seemed colder. Debbie missed their once easy and light relationship. Trust, warmth, future filled with children's laughter were gone. One day Debbie suggested adopting a child from an orphanage. "Well, that's an option too. There are many orphans in orphanages who need parental support. Why not make a destitute child happy?" "No way," Nolan shook his head. "I don't want to raise the offspring of an alcoholic or a criminal. It's all about genes, you know, they can manifest themselves at any moment. My mother was worried about me and my brothers all my life. We're lucky we didn't take after our father. What if we're unlucky?" Debbie didn't argue, acknowledging that such an important decision should be made together. Despite Nolan's stance, Debbie remained hopeful that she might change his mind someday. Then something unexpected happened that shook Debbie's world. Nolan, who often worked late, returned home one evening with a peculiar look. Debbie immediately noticed the joy in his eyes and the smile he tried to conceal. "Did something happen?" Debbie asked, thinking her husband had either received another promotion or had solved a long-standing case. But she had no idea what she would hear answering her question. "We need to have a serious talk," Nolan announced. The joy in his eyes faded, and his face became serious and difficult to read. His discomfort around Debbie was palpable and unnerving. "What is it?" Debbie asked, looking at her husband with worry. "Let's sit down, shall we?" And Nolan, periodically confused and averting his eyes, told about everything, and about his worries, about unfulfilled dreams of children, and about the fatigue of physical and moral, and about the cooling of feelings for the woman who once seemed the closest and dearest. And at that difficult moment, 2 students were sent to the precinct for practical training. The guy was assigned to the homicide department, while the girl Linda was attached to Nolan because he had much routine paperwork. Linda was quite attractive, but Nolan was solely focused on his work, until she confessed her love to him. He tried to explain to Linda that they were not a suitable match. He suggested she should seek someone younger, more promising and unmarried. But Linda was persistent, firmly pursuing her goal. Eventually, Nolan succumbed to her persistence. Debbie listened to her husband and felt her world crumble. She had trusted Nolan more than she had trusted herself. She had thought they were just going through a rough patch in their relationship, but he had... "For months, I felt like I'm caught between 2 fires, Nolan confessed. He looked unhappy, as if he had been deceived and betrayed. Not that he had done it himself. Perhaps his conscience prevented him from expressing joy openly. "Thank you for being honest," Debbie replied, striving to maintain a steady, calm voice. "Why are you sharing this now? Have you made a decision?" Debbie hoped for an apology, for him to admit his mistakes, express remorse, and seek forgiveness. Of course she would forgive him. It might take time to restore their relationships, but they would manage. After all, everyone makes mistakes. However, "Today, Linda told me something." Nolan began, heaving a sigh. "She's expecting a baby. Can you believe it?" A happy smile then spread across his face, illuminating it with warmth. He straightened his posture, as if shrugging off the weight of guilt. Upon hearing this, Debbie felt a sharp pain in her chest and gasped for breath. "Go away," she said quietly. "What?" Nolan didn't hear her. "Get out of here!" Nolan nodded, then looked anxiously at Debbie. "Are you sure you're going to be okay?" "Do you think I'm going to harm myself because of you?" Debbie retorted, a grim smile playing on her lips. Those were the exact thoughts that crossed her mind initially. "I'm so guilty. You're nice. You don't deserve someone like me." Debbie wanted to hit him, but instead she turned around and walked into the other room. "You can pick your stuff up tomorrow when I'm at work," she said before leaving. After Nolan left, Debbie sobbed for a long time, her face buried in his sweater. It was the one she'd taken to work that morning, a memento of her husband. For some reason she wanted to keep at least one of Nolan's belongings. Perhaps she still loved him, despite his betrayal. Now divorced, Debbie found herself alone in her apartment. To combat loneliness, she adopted 2 cats, one from a shelter, and the other a skinny, malnourished stray with infected eyes. Nursing the stray back to health took time, but it was worth it. Debbie also left her job, unable to bear working at the store where she had met Nolan. The memories were too painful. Instead, she found work as a waitress at a family-friendly cafe, serving customers who came in to share stories, jokes, and order treats. The variety of faces, stories, and situations reminded her that she was not alone and provided a welcomed distraction. She dealt with little visitors who refused to eat, wouldn't sit still, and were just in a bad mood. Debbie had a way with children, always knowing what to say to brighten their day. Nolan, on the other hand, married Linda and bought a spacious apartment in a prestigious neighbourhood with a mortgage. Soon he became a father to a long-awaited, much-desired son. He was a devoted father who kept his promises. Debbie occasionally ran into her ex-husband with his son at various places, an amusement park, a shopping centre. Nolan, leading his son by the hand, radiated happiness and pride. Fatherhood suited him well. Debbie avoided running into her ex-husband, steering clear whenever she spotted him from a distance. The encounters were too painful, too awkward. After the divorce, Nolan offered his support, should she ever need it. The woman nodded in response, knowing she would never reach out to him. She didn't want his help, born out of guilt or pity. But now the only person who could help her was Nolan. His profession in the police force made him the best person to turn to for her current predicament. Debbie decided to wait until morning. It was late and she didn't want to disturb Nolan. As dawn broke, she gathered her courage and dialed her ex-husband's number. "Hello, Nolan," she began, her voice trembling as she heard her once-beloved's voice. "I think I finally need your help." "Sure, come over. I'm at work now. I'll ask them to let you in to see me." Nolan had changed, slightly for the better. His hair had started to grey and his eyes had acquired a peaceful look. "Hi," he smiled at Debbie, rising from his chair. His charming, wide smile once gave Debbie shivers. Now she found it pleasing to see Nolan like this, smiling and friendly. There was no awkwardness, tension, anger or resentment. Their meeting had started quite differently than Debbie had imagined, as if two friends had accidentally bumped into each other after a long separation. Initially they chatted about life. Nolan had become a father to 2 children, and recently a daughter had been added to his family. Debbie was sincerely happy for her ex-husband. It was precisely what he had always wanted. "So what happened to you?" Nolan's eyes suddenly turned serious and attentive. "You need my help, don't you?" Debbie nodded and relayed the previous day's events to Nolan. She also showed him the note left by the girl, which she now kept accurately in her purse as a reminder that all that had transpired was not a dream. Nolan scrutinized the hastily scribbled pencil letters. "Most likely this child is being bullied by her parents. If they are her parents at all, and not kidnappers. I'll pull the security tapes right now and find out who these people are. We'll get to the bottom of this." "Thank you." Debbie sincerely thanked Nolan. His support and understanding comforted her, making her regret her initial fear of approaching her ex-spouse. Nolan called after 24 hours. "Well," he went straight to the point. "We found out who these people are. It's the Littmans. They run a small dairy plant, but their products are sold around the city, and they're considered excellent." Ray Littman was a wealthy citizen, especially by their city's standards. He was a respected man who regularly made charitable contributions and participated in campaigns to help the poor. He was an entrepreneur who successfully managed his factory while paying great attention to the quality of his dairy products. Furthermore, he was a frequent topic in the local press and an exemplary family man. Ray Littman preferred to keep his family private, explaining that he didn't want any of his household to suffer from excessive attention. But of course, Nolan found out all about it. The wife, Kathleen, was a middle-aged woman who had survived a difficult marriage. The woman, originally from a poor family, was once classmates with Ray Littman, who harboured an unrequited love for her. Kathleen was the most popular girl in school, and Ray, who lacked both physical attractiveness and other merits, could only dream of her. As time passed, life sorted things out. Ray Littman, known for his academic diligence, natural ingenuity, and incredible persistence, established his own dairy business, becoming wealthy and renowned. Kathleen, the girl who once filled the future businessman's thoughts, gambled on her beauty and lost. After a string of romances and endless dates, she found herself alone with a newborn daughter. The baby's father disappeared without acknowledging his child or contributing to her upbringing. Kathleen raised her daughter alone. A chance encounter brought Kathleen and Ray together again. Whether the man's feelings reignited or never faded, he proposed to his former classmate. She accepted his proposal eagerly, like a lifeline. And so they formed a family. Ray, his school love, and her daughter Alice, who was just starting first grade. At first everything was fine, but as Alice entered pre-puberty, she developed a disease, which can occur sometimes. The girl was diagnosed with a psychiatric condition, pulled out of school, and started homeschooling. But she doesn't seem sick, Debbie objected. Sure, she was odd, but not ill. She was smart, insightful. Well, you're not a psychiatrist, Nolan retorted. I've seen a lot. Sometimes these things are completely invisible in people, until they have an attack of aggression or delusions. It's scary. I don't know. Your note is just a manifestation of her illness. Alice Lippman is seriously ill. Look, her father is exemplary. They dress, feed, and take care of her. She regularly sees rehabilitologists. Lippman does not skimp on this. She often travels with her parents. She's doing well. There's no reason to interfere with this family, legally speaking. So, I did the best I could. Thank you, Debbie thanked her ex-husband. She found it hard to believe the information he had shared. It all seemed like a beautiful facade, with unknown realities hidden behind it. Although Alice might be sick, it was clear that she was unhappy with her family and deeply afraid of her parents. Nolan, can you please give me their home address? She asked. Why do you need it? Nolan responded with caution. You're not planning to spy on them, are you? No, not at all. I just want to see the girl one more time. At least a glimpse to confirm that I've imagined it all. That haunted look in her eyes, the fear lurking beneath. This is strange, but fine, write it down. Please be careful and call me right away if there's any trouble. An hour later, Debbie found herself standing in front of the Lippman mansion. She had the day off and decided to use her spare time to visit. The two-story cottage was located in an upscale residential area, surrounded by similar homes and imposing estates with ornate rooftops and annexes. The Lippman mansion was relatively modest in comparison, but was beautiful, stylish and inviting. It appeared to house a model family. Rather than being enclosed by a solid fence, the house had a metal fence that allowed a clear view of the garden, swimming pool, children's playground with swings and slides, and a gazebo. Paradise for a child. Any child protection service would see this spectacle and never suspect that a girl living in such conditions might need help. Alice was in danger, or so Debbie was convinced. Nolan's convincing story was not credible. Debbie, unsure of her next move, lingered near the house, feeling at least this way she was closer to Alice. As the woman was about to leave, the cottage door swung open. On the porch stood the girl, who had written the note on the napkin, looking as vulnerable and fragile as ever. Despite the sweltering heat of a sunny July day, she wore a baggy sweater and jeans, an odd choice when shorts and a top would have been more logical. Debbie called out to Alice, who initially recoiled in surprise before recognising her. Alice hurried towards the fence, occasionally glancing back at her house, seemingly to check if she was being watched. "You're the waitress from the cafe. You found my note." Alice initiated the conversation. "Yes," Debbie replied. "What's happening to you?" "Did someone finally believe me?" Alice clung to the bars of the fence. "I've left similar messages before, at vacation spots, at local cafes, but no one ever showed interest. I guess they didn't believe me. You're the first." "Tell me what's going on and how I can help you," Debbie urged. "I'll tell you, but you probably won't believe me. My stepfather and mother make everything seem like my fault, because I'm supposedly crazy. I have an official diagnosis, so whatever I say, people usually interpret it as a delusion, as a manifestation of illness, the girl told. Debbie noted that she spoke eloquently like an adult, a literate person. Alice appeared clear-headed and aware, not at all like a sick teenager. I believe you. I do. Don't worry. I wouldn't be here if I didn't. It took me some effort to find your house. You didn't leave an address. I didn't have the time. They're always watching me when we're in public, both of them. I had a hard time writing that note and leaving it. I took a risk. If my stepfather had seen, he would have locked me up for months, maybe even forbidden me to go to the garden. It's happened before. And now? They won't notice you now? Won't they punish you for talking to me, a stranger? Now is as good a time as any, the girl smiled. Only the servants are home, but they're busy with the cleaning. The house's windows don't overlook this lot, and my parents aren't here. My stepfather is at work and my mother has gone to the spa and won't be back until late. It's a good time to talk. Tell me about it, Debbie asked. Do you mind if I turn on the video recording? I might need proof. I can't do much on my own, but I have a friend in the police force. He needs hard evidence to take action. A friend in the police force? That's great, the girl responded. That gives me hope. Regarding the camera, I was going to suggest that myself. If the police don't help, you could post it online or involve the press. Debbie, struck again by the girl's choice of words, switched on her phone's camera. I'm Alice Lippman, the girl began, looking into the lens. I'm being bullied by my parents. I need your help. Now, I will tell my story from the beginning. Alice lived in a small, cramped one-bedroom apartment with her mother, Kathleen. Their home was in an old 5-story house on the outskirts of town, backing onto a vacant lot on a highway. Money was always tight, as Kathleen, who disliked working, only took on jobs sporadically, and it depressed Kathleen, who had dreamed of a more glamorous life since high school and believed she deserved it. In her youth, Kathleen was a true beauty, and she maintained an attractive appearance into adulthood. She was tall, slender, and had captivating eyes. Both in school and now, she had many admirers. However, Kathleen was rarely satisfied with these suitors, as they were all as financially challenged as she was. The places where Kathleen lived and worked were far from affluent, so princes in white Mercedes were hardly ever seen. Despite living in squalid conditions with mould on the walls, cockroaches, rusty furniture, dilapidated plumbing, and scarce food, Alice felt happy. She found her freedom in playing all day in the yard with neighbourhood kids, inventing games, laughing, and climbing trees. Alice adored her mother, whom she perceived as the most beautiful woman in the world. Kathleen equally loved Alice and cared for her in her own way. However, Kathleen often broke down and cried after successive personal failures. During these times, she would blame Alice, with words that the young girl couldn't comprehend. It's all your fault. If I hadn't had you, I would have been married to a decent man by now. Who needs me with you? These words made Alice feel guilty, even though she didn't understand how to help her mother or fix the situation. Thankfully, these episodes were rare and short-lived. Kathleen would quickly revert to her usual self, remaining cheerful and up for an adventure. Alice's mother would sometimes dress her up, apply makeup, and call her a beauty and a doll. The girl was delighted, happy that she could please her mother in some way. As you grow up, you'll become beautiful. We'll marry you off to a rich man, and we won't need any more. Just don't repeat my mistakes and settle for less. I'll be there to help, advise and guide you. I've become wiser now. At the time, Alice was only 6 to 7 years old. She didn't understand what her mother was saying, but she nodded and smiled, eager to please her. And then Ray Lippman appeared in her mother's life. At first, the man liked Alice. He smiled at the girl, often bought her toys and sweets. treated her mother very well, like a princess of some kind. Kathleen blossomed beside him, became even more beautiful, even more charming, and her eyes shone with some special light. She looked at Ray with such adoration and such hope. It was later that Alice would realise that he was just pretending to be kind. "Ray and I are getting married," a joyful Kathleen told her daughter. "He proposed. Now he will be your father. We're moving far from here to his beautiful house. You'll have your own room, your own bed, just like a princess, and so many toys." It all seemed like a fairy tale to Alice. She could hardly imagine this house, this garden, even though her mother described it in vivid detail. Alice's life changed dramatically. Adjusting to the surrounding opulence took time. She had her own room with a pink canopied bed and shelves full of new toys. There was a pool in the garden for her to splash around in, along with swings and roundabouts. Uniformed staff served her extravagant meals for breakfast, lunch and dinner. The abundance was dizzying. Overwhelmed by the sudden changes, Alice often found herself exhausted and asleep by 8 or 9 p.m. in her princess bed. Despite her new life, Alice still felt a sense of lack. Firstly, she yearned for freedom. It wasn't customary to venture beyond the fence here, yet she longed to explore the neighbourhood. However, it wasn't allowed. Secondly, Alice deeply missed her friends, the boys and girls she had grown up with. One day she asked her mother if she could invite them over, even if just for a day. "What?" Kathleen exclaimed. "Forget your street friends. You'll soon make new friends from respectable families." Kathleen had changed significantly. She had become so beautiful and radiant that it was difficult to take one's eyes off her. She now frequented beauty parlours and gyms. She had made friends with other beautiful and well-groomed women, often spending time in cafes, shopping, or just strolling together. She seemed happy and often voiced that she was finally living the life she deserved. During this period, Kathleen paid little attention to Alice. She used to get home only by the time Ray returned from work, and then all her attention was focused on him, which he seemed to enjoy. Alice no longer received love. She was cared for by a nanny, who had a strict and slightly haughty demeanour. Although Alice was afraid of her, she obeyed her unconditionally. The nanny prepared Alice for school, teaching her letters and numbers, and having her practice writing in her copybooks. Then Alice was enrolled in a prestigious, albeit expensive, school. The students spent their entire day within the institution's walls, attending lessons, resting, and participating in extra classes. Alice quickly befriended her classmates. Initially they seemed strange to her, too quiet and too boring, unlike her friends from the yard, whom she missed terribly. She was surprised that these children were unfamiliar with basic games, like tag and trick-filled hide-and-seek. After teaching them, Alice's new friends were utterly delighted. From then on, she became a sort of leader, always coming up with fun activities that her friends eagerly participated in. However, Alice's excessive initiative often got her into trouble with teachers and educators. They preferred dealing with calm, obedient children and offered board games or sculpting classes between lessons. But they had already gotten a taste for a very different kind of entertainment. They were just kids. During one game of dodgeball that started in the school corridor, a boy accidentally broke a glass cabinet filled with the school students' awards with his ball. Shards flew everywhere, one injuring a girl. The injury was not serious, but it took a while to stop the bleeding in the infirmary. A massive scandal broke out. The parents of an injured student were angry. They couldn't believe the administration at such a prestigious and expensive school could fail to ensure their children's safety. The principal berated Alice in his office. He accused Alice of being a bad influence on the other children and called her a savage. Then, while Alice was still there, he called her father Ray and requested a serious discussion. Alice sat nervously outside the principal's office on a couch. Ray and Kathleen hurriedly approached the office. Seeing them, Alice initially felt a surge of relief. They were her family after all, but Ray gave her such an icy stare that it made her even more frightened. Kathleen, her mother, didn't even look at Alice. She appeared pale, anxious and guilty. Alice couldn't hear what the adults were discussing. The ride home was silent, with her mother occasionally glaring at her with a mixture of irritation and disappointment. Alice felt as if she wanted to disappear. At home, Ray struck the girl. It was the first instance, but not the last. He brutally lashed out at Alice with a belt, targeting her arms and legs. The strikes left red welts on her skin, but that didn't deter him. "You're ungrateful, wild brat," Ray Littman exclaimed. "I've had to endure so much criticism because of you. You're a spoiled, disobedient child. But don't worry, I'll discipline you. There's no room for savages in my house." The experience was painful, distressing and frightful. Ray firmly held Alice as she squirmed, but she couldn't evade the blows. The intense pain blurred her vision. Alice's mother stood by, making no attempt to defend her daughter. Instead, when the ordeal was over, she comforted Ray, not her beaten child. The following day, Alice didn't attend school due to a fever. The weekend that followed gave her time to recover. Neither her mother nor Ray showed any sympathy. They barely communicated with Alice, which was also part of the punishment. On Monday, Alice went to school in pants and a long-sleeved blouse for the first time, both of which concealed the bruises. It was then that Alice realised Ray despised her. As for her mother, though she loved Alice, her attachment to the comfortable lifestyle provided by her husband meant she would always side with Ray. Meanwhile, the man no longer concealed his disdain for his stepdaughter, and Alice became a frequent target for his rage, with any minor infraction serving as an excuse. A poor grade, a teacher's remark, a broken plate, or a dishevelled appearance. Sometimes Ray didn't even need a reason. It used to happen that he came home in a turmoil mood, and then the hated Alice came into view. "He must be insane," the girl stated, looking directly into the camera. "I believe he enjoys hitting me. His eyes actually light up with joy. It's terrifying. I fear that he might cross a line and end my life one day." Alice's mother witnessed all this, but never attempted to safeguard her daughter. After each incident, Kathleen would console Alice. "He's doing this for your own good. He's afraid you'll become unruly. This is just his way of parenting. All loving parents discipline their children for their betterment. You should be grateful that Ray cares so much." However, Alice found no reason for joy. For a time she even believed that this was normal, since she never had a father figure before. Maybe that's how fathers raise their children. Maybe every one of her classmates feels the same way. Ray tried to hit Alice in places where it would not leave visible marks. If that wasn't possible, Alice would wear long-sleeved clothing and pants to school to conceal the evidence of abuse. "No one must know what happened yesterday," Kathleen warned her daughter. "Otherwise, everyone will know what a bad girl you are, since Daddy had to punish you." Alice believed her mother. She hid her scars and bruises out of shame. However, one day, a medical examination at school revealed the visible marks from a recent beating. The young nurse was appalled by the marks on Alice's body. "What happened to you? Where did these come from?" he asked. I fell down the stairs," Alice mumbled, offering the first excuse that came to mind. As long as she kept the truth hidden, Maybe no one would realise how bad she was. "She's a hyperactive child," the teacher in the medical room confirmed. "She's always getting into some sort of trouble." Alice's stepfather continued to take out his anger on her as she grew older, while her mother Kathleen silently consented. For a time, Alice considered this life normal. However, as she got older and learned from her classmates, movies and books, she realised her situation was not normal. Alice grew smarter and wiser. One day she understood what was happening to her was wrong and must not be tolerated. "I went to the principal and filed a complaint in his office. I told them everything, even showed them my bruises and abrasions. They said they'd look into everything. I was so hopeful. I thought this nightmare was over, but it got worse." The principal turned to her stepfather, and he dismissed Alice's claims as the ramblings of a disturbed mind. He said they had already arranged for her to see a psychiatrist. The principal believed him. Alice was indeed taken to see psychiatrists. She suspected these doctors were paid off by her stepfather. As a result, a perfectly healthy child was diagnosed with a mental disorder, and everything Alice said was dismissed as nonsense. "He has complete control over me. I've become his official whipping girl." Alice took a deep breath before continuing her story. Alice was permanently removed from school and began homeschooling, studying with teachers online. "You ungrateful child. Now there's no one to complain about the man who raises, feeds and clothes you," Ray taunted, looking at his bewildered stepdaughter. This was a turn of events Alice hadn't expected when she told the principal the truth. She felt like a prisoner in her own beautiful home, isolated from all but her mother, servants and stepfather. She was presented as an abnormal individual to others. To make matters worse, her internet access was cut off, severing her last connection to the outside world through social media. It was total isolation. However, Ray and Kathleen maintained the facade of being perfect parents. They took Alice on trips and occasionally brought her to cafes or restaurants. They made public appearances with her to avoid arousing suspicion. The physical abuse continued. Ray vented all his anger and tension on Alice. Each time he went further, but never touched her face, as facial injuries were harder to conceal. Kathleen remained silent, not just to appease her husband, but also out of fear. All the beatings and abuse were directed at his daughter. Who knows, perhaps if it were not for this lightning rod, she herself would have to pay for the beautiful, nourished life. "I left messages wherever I could." Alice's voice began to tremble. "I tried to ask for help, but it was useless. They thought I was insane. One day, Ray caught me trying to tell a woman in the street. We were on vacation in Thailand at the time. He came up, showed this lady a medical certificate with a diagnosis, and then beat me so badly that I passed out. I spent the rest of my vacation bedridden. They would lock me up and leave for the beach. I thought I was going to die, even wanted to, but I survived and regained consciousness." "Oh, darling, you've been through so much." Debbie couldn't contain herself. "He's growing more and more irate. I think he's losing his mind. Soon Ray will kill me and make it look like an accident. He has enough money and connections to do that. I'm terrified. I really want to leave, but there's no way out. If I escape, they'll bring me back. You're my last chance to speak up. Please help me." Debbie stopped the tape, looking at the girl with both pity and tenderness. She wished she could immediately get her out of this terrifying situation. "I'll do anything to get you out of here," the woman promised. A sudden idea came to her. "Alice, darling, why don't we take pictures of your bruises and scars? Show them to me." Alice nodded briefly. She hastily rolled up the sleeves of her sweater and rolled up her pants. A horrific sight of bruises, cuts and abrasions was revealed to Debbie's astonished eyes. The girl's entire body, hidden under her clothes, was covered with wounds and scars of different healing stages. Alice lifted her sweater, revealing a large bruise with yellowing edges on her stomach. Debbie gasped. Her hands trembled, but she videotaped everything. The nightmare that the girl was living through was horrifying to imagine. "I'm going to the police. I'm going to the station right now," the woman assured the young girl. "Thank you," the girl smiled. "You're the first person to believe me. I just hope the police don't blame it on my diagnosis, because Ray once convinced the maid who saw the cuts on my hands that it was me, that my own illness caused me to harm myself. The man I'm going to now will believe it. He has children himself. He'll understand." Nolan reviewed the video multiple times, his face cycling through a range of emotions, from bewilderment to surprise, then anger. "What a scumbag," he thought to himself. "Debbie, go home now. I need to assemble a team and get the guardianship authorities involved, as well as medics. Don't worry, I'll keep you updated." "Are you going over there immediately?" "No, these things take time, but we'll get her out. We'll rescue her soon." Debbie drove home, where, comforted by her beloved cats, she finally let her emotions loose. She sobbed uncontrollably, shaking in fear for Alice. She couldn't comprehend Alice's mother's actions. How could anyone tolerate their child being treated so poorly? Catherine had been blessed with such a treasure, a beautiful, intelligent daughter, but she failed to appreciate this gift and behaved horribly. Fortunately, everything turned out well for Alice. Nolan later updated Debbie on how the events unfolded. He even visited her home to fill her in. It felt strange to see him back in that apartment. Alice was initially just taken to the hospital. Ray Littman claimed that his daughter had self-inflicted the injuries because of her diagnosis. He again tried to portray his stepdaughter as mad. The guardianship officers and the police did not argue with him. They just said that the girl should be evaluated, and placed temporarily in another place, since the parents can't handle a sick child. They also promised that as soon as the girl's condition stabilizes, she will be returned to the family. Ray Littman worried, tried to threaten, offered money. He realized how it would all end. The man knew perfectly well that his stepdaughter is absolutely normal, mentally healthy child. This fact was quickly confirmed at the hospital. Alice had no psychiatric diagnosis whatsoever. Examination of the wounds on the teenager's body showed that it was physically impossible for the girl to inflict such injuries on herself. So, someone else did it. Who? If we consider that Alice all the time was within the walls of the house, the answer was self-evident. The victim gave her testimony, detailing how and when she received her bruises and cuts from the abrasion. Ray Littman was immediately taken into custody. The police officers were eager to hold the mother accountable, as she was in essence complicit in this terrible crime. However, Kathleen managed to evade punishment. She claimed that she lived in constant fear of her husband and kept silent to avoid exacerbating the situation. While her claim might be partly true, Kathleen was merely a witness in this high-profile case. However, the guardianship authorities initiated the process to revoke her parental rights because of the danger Alice faced around her. She never once reported her spouse's actions or defended her daughter, which provided substantial grounds for this action. Alice was placed in an orphanage. Debbie, who often visited her, noted that the girl seemed quite content and satisfied with her life. "It's nice here. It's peaceful. I can study. I can communicate with other children, walk in the yard. We are taken on excursions. And most importantly, I don't have to be afraid. I don't have to be afraid that Ray, who came from work angry and upset about something, will drag me out of bed and beat me up. It's such a blessing." Debbie could barely hold back her tears. What kind of life has a girl if she's happy in an orphanage? They quickly made friends with everyone. Alice was an incredibly bright and cheerful person, despite her many trials. Debbie wanted to help Alice forget that horror and give her a happy childhood. Nolan was the first to know about Debbie's decision. She called him to figure out how to proceed. "You know, I'm not surprised," said the former spouse. "I knew that sooner or later you would come to this, and I'm pleased for the girl." "So you're going to help me pull this off?" Debbie asked. "Because I really don't know where to start." "I'll assist you with the adoption," Nolan promised. "I have acquaintances who can expedite the process. The key is Alice's agreement, but I don't foresee any issues with that, do you?" "No," Debbie confidently replied. The September morning was dull yet sunny. For the first time in a while, this date held significance for Debbie. She was sending her daughter off to 7th grade. Together, they had selected new school clothes for Alice. The shopping trip was lengthy, as they sought items that would fit Alice perfectly, but they managed. "Alice, get up! We're going to be late for your first day at a new school," Debbie exclaimed, checking her watch. The smell of fresh toast and coffee wafted from the kitchen. "It's time for breakfast." "Good morning," the girl greeted, smiling as she emerged from the bedroom. She looked glad, and there were no more bruises or abrasions on her arms and legs. The scars from deep cuts served as the only reminders of the nightmare that existed outside their beautiful mansion. Many of these scars were dispersed across her body, but time would eventually smooth and erase them. Alice approached Debbie and hugged her, as she always did. Their needs were perfectly complementary. The girl found a loving, understanding mother, while the woman gained a beautiful, grateful daughter. Kathleen attempted to reconnect with Alice. She called her, even showed up at her school. However, the girl harboured resentment, misunderstanding, and anger towards her mother. But psychologists worked with the girl. At first, Debbie took her foster daughter to sessions every day, but now the visits were reduced to once a week. Alice's psychological trauma was deep, her emotional wounds more severe than her physical ones. The goal was for Alice to forgive Kathleen, a step necessary for her own healing and well-being. They still had a long journey ahead, but together they could overcome it. After all, they were stronger together. Roxana saw off the last customer and, exhaling tiredly, sat down in a corner of the large hall. Mornings usually saw fewer visitors in the cafe, and working with her partner, they had no trouble managing, taking orders, serving, fulfilling additional requests, accepting payments, and even finding time for breaks. The waiters had a favourite spot near the bar for this purpose. It almost hid anyone sitting there, while still allowing them to observe the hall and their customers. Before settling into their secret nesting place, Roxana gratefully cradled her coffee mug, smiling involuntarily. The drink's surface bore a gently quivering foam with a skillfully drawn, funny face, a greeting from Josh, the bartender, who had been not so subtly hinting at his interest in Roxana. Josh's attraction was understandable, Many people were drawn to Roxana, though not the kind of beauty that turned heads over heels. She possessed a special light and gentle girlish charm that often proved more potent than striking looks. Roxana was petite and slender, with slightly reddish fluffy hair and golden eyebrows and eyelashes that seemed dusted with gold powder. Her brown eyes usually sparkled with cheer and curiosity. Her small, neat, slightly upturned nose, barely speckled in winter, bloomed with golden freckles come spring. These very freckles had been the source of Roxana's despair and worry until the end of school. "What kind of face is this?" she would lament to her mother and her mirror reflection. "It's like a freckled egg." "Oh dear," her mother would chuckle. "You're just being silly. You'll grow up and realize how wonderful it is to have sunshine on your face." "Mummy, I'm a redhead. They're teasing me." "Remember, daughter, you're not a redhead, you're golden-head," her mother replied, hugging the little girl. Roxana's character matched her appearance, cheerful, funny and warming to those around her. Many felt that when Roxana Ripton entered a classroom, or the small grocery store near home, everything seemed to brighten. Roxana was loved and welcomed with smiles at home, at school, at the dance studio, at the children's clinic, on the volleyball court, everywhere she appeared. To Roxana herself, it seemed life would always be wonderful and amazing. But everything changed one terrible day, and the smile vanished from Roxana Ripton's face for a long time. When she was 15, Roxana's parents died in a horrific car accident. Her father died instantly, while her mother survived him by only a few hours in the hospital. After the funeral, Roxana's grandmother, blackened with grief, suddenly said, "That's how fate had it. The hospital told me if the ambulance had arrived sooner, they could have saved Irina's life. My daughter wouldn't have lost so much blood, but you see, they're short-staffed, they're overwhelmed, there's no one to work on the ambulance." From that moment on, Roxana knew exactly what she would become when she grew up. She would be a doctor, treating and saving people. Perhaps someday she would save someone else's mother in a similar situation, easing the pain of her own loss. Roxana grew up under her grandmother's care, who had fiercely fought to keep her granddaughter from the guardianship authorities. Children, resilient as they are, quickly adapt to loss and resume a semblance of normal life. So it was with Roxana, who, despite the pitying looks from all sides, and perhaps even despite them, learned to smile again. By 18, Roxana had blossomed into a pretty, agile and vivacious young woman, with no trace of destitution or orphanhood. Despite all difficulties, she entered medical school. Studying proved challenging. Roxana, not naturally gifted with an outstanding memory, toiled over endless medical terms in anatomy, histology, pharmacology, and other sciences until her mind swam. She wrestled with Latin, which stubbornly refused to stick in her head. After completing 2 years at medical school, Roxana felt a sense of relief. Studying became easier. Surprisingly, she found a bit more free time, but money became increasingly scarce. Her grandmother, by then completely worn out, barely made ends meet on her pension. Roxana's scholarships and orphan's allowance barely covered food and utilities. Determined, Roxana started job hunting. Fortune smiled upon her sooner than expected. On her way home from the bus stop, she spotted a large ad on the door of a newly opened cafe restaurant. The pretty redhead made a favourable impression on the manager. The waiter's apron suited her well, and her smile was contagious. Her medical students' trained memory easily tackled the complex, multi-page menu. Salad with shrimp, cold smoked trout, couscous, fresh lettuce with arugula, seasoned with Provençal sauce and flying fish roe. she said to the manager on her first day, impressing him with her quick study of the menu. "That's nothing," Roxana grinned. "Try memorizing Crista supracandularis or angulus inferior." The girl quickly won the hearts of both staff and patrons. She worked efficiently and carefully, rarely fell ill, and eagerly accepted additional shifts instead of asking for time off. Having earned some money and spruced up her wardrobe, she caught the eye of several potential suitors. Among them, the bartender Josh was notable for his special sensitivity. Learning that coffee with milk foam was Roxana's favourite drink, Josh seized every opportunity to showcase his barista artistry. Intricate petals, flowers and hearts from the enamoured bartender regularly adorned her cup. Josh was a good-looking and kind guy, but Roxana could only consider him as her boyfriend if she would drink 100 cups of coffee in a row. She candidly confessed this to Josh, commiserated with him about their mismatched interests, and proposed a pact of friendship and companionship. To Josh's credit, he took it bravely and didn't cut off Roxana's coffee supply, continuing to provide her favourite drink, now as a friend rather than a potential boyfriend. That's why the heart pierced by arrow designs on the coffee foam were replaced by images of faces, suns and ships. Once, a melancholic coffee milk skull peered at her from the depths of her fragrant drink. Surprised, Roxana nearly dropped the mug and then laughed heartily. Despite his unrequited love, Josh was an excellent bartender. He brewed magnificent coffee, and Roxana savoured its incomparable aroma. Sipping slowly and squinting blissfully, she habitually surveyed the half-empty hall. Assured that no one required her services yet, she settled in and indulged in her favourite game. "So, who do we have here today?" she mused. At the second table, a middle-aged man. Noticeable dark eyes under his eyes. Not just puffiness, but definite facial swelling. And sunken eyes. Probably kidney or bladder issues. Okay, next. Table 8. A full-bodied lady in her 50s, yellowish skin. Uh-oh, that's likely a liver problem. Maybe even hepatitis. She needs a biochemistry test ASAP, and here she is eating fried potatoes. Roxana lingered on the woman with the concerning diagnosis, resisting the urge to approach and share her observations, to warn her of the potential danger. Next, she finally tore her eyes away. Oh, what a contrast! A man with a very red face. Such pronounced hyperemia could be anything from allergies to hypertension. Or maybe he just overate. She grinned, recalling the red-faced customer's 5-course order. His companion, on the other hand, is the opposite. Pale with cracked and sore lips. Definitely anemic. She should borrow a steak from her table-mate and eat properly. The next guy in his 20s is also pale, with unnaturally bright eyes. I think his thyroid needs checking. Roxana routinely made such observations about those around her. She'd learned to spot signs of various diseases in people's appearances, mentally rehearsing diagnoses and treatments. This wasn't mere curiosity or an odd hobby for a young girl. It was the professional interest of a third-year medical student, moonlighting as a waitress. Osteoporosis, she silently diagnosed, as she watched an older man walking cautiously toward the exit, visibly leaning forward. And arthritis, of course, with severe joint deformity, she concluded. My goodness, everyone seems to have some ailment. Where are the healthy people? Oh, here's a perfectly healthy, beautiful person at last. Roxana's gaze involuntarily settled on a woman in her 30s, sitting near the bar. Indeed, at first glance, she appeared perfectly healthy. Shiny, meticulously styled blonde hair, clear skin, a healthy blush. It was refreshing to see, after the parade of less-than-happy health indicators in other customers. The woman was not only well-groomed, but also naturally beautiful. However, her appearance was marred by an angry and disgruntled expression as she looked at the 5-year-old girl sitting across from her. The child, wrinkling her face capriciously, pushed the plate away while the woman persistently moved it back. The little girl was adorable, with short blonde hair curling loosely and grey eyes that looked both serious and mischievous. "Listen, Kate, stop being capricious." Roxana heard the woman's voice. "Eat now. We're already running late." The little girl shook her curly head and tried again to shove the heated plate away. "Eat it!" shouted the lady. "These are vegetables, you know. You need them. Besides, you haven't eaten anything since this morning. Do you want to faint?" The girl shook her head and nodded at a nearby table. There, in the centre of a large plate, a puffy, ruddy pizza glowed atop as a bright yellow-red spot. The girl was clearly indicating to her mother, if indeed her angry companion was her mother, that she'd much prefer to trade the nasty green broccoli florets for a couple of pizza slices. From Roxana's perspective, this desire was perfectly understandable and logical, especially for a child. Strangely, throughout Roxana's observation, the little girl didn't utter a word, only moving her lips. This unusual behaviour puzzled Roxana. If the child had been mute, she would likely have communicated with her companion using sign language. There had to be another reason. After a few minutes of observation, Roxana could barely contain her laughter. Without speaking a word, the curly-headed little girl had managed to bring the woman to her wits' end. "What kind of child is this? What a punishment for me!" the woman finally shouted. "For the last time, I'm asking you, will you eat?" The girl shook her head adamantly and suddenly began to turn blue. The cafe's lighting wasn't bright despite the time of day, and at first Roxana thought it was a trick of the light, or her own eyes playing tricks. The girl's fresh pink face, lively and expressive just moments ago, suddenly became a mask, terrifying in its immobility. Her complexion first drained to a deathly pallor, then quickly shifted to a bluish tint. Roxana leapt up from her chair so hastily that she knocked it over. Ignoring the coffee cup that crashed to the floor, she rushed to the girl. The girl was already on the floor, twitching and writhing with convulsions. Her thin fingers dragged across the floor, her tiny fingernails seemingly trying and failing to claw at its surface. Roxana threw herself on her knees beside the girl. Her companion, standing over the little girl, had eyes bulging in horror and hands clenched. "What's the matter with her?" Roxana shrieked, turning to the woman. I don't know," the woman almost shrieked back. "What do you mean you don't know? Are you her mother? Is she sick?" Roxana jumped to her feet, grabbed the woman by the shoulders and shook her. "What's wrong with your child? She's suffocating." Yes, but I don't know. She has, I don't remember what it's called." The woman grabbed her throat for some reason. "An ambulance! Josh, Erica, someone, call an ambulance right away," Roxana shouted. "Tell them it's a girl about 5 years old. Sudden asphyxia. Medium severity. It's not clear what caused it. Hurry up!" She pushed the frantic lady away and knelt down again in front of the girl. The little girl was drawing in particles of air with great difficulty, wheezing noisily. "Lord, what is wrong with her?" Roxana thought frantically. She had been watching the girl. She certainly hadn't held anything in her mouth. She couldn't have choked. But she was choking. Her tongue! We must hold her tongue, lest it fall into her throat, flashed suddenly into Roxana's mind. "I'm a future doctor, you stuffed-up fool," Roxana grumbled to herself, gently unclenching the girl's convulsively clenched jaws. "There, little one, that's it. It's all right. You hold on, baby, the ambulance is coming. They're real doctors, not like some of us here. We're just in training. There's nothing in your throat, is there?" Why are you choking?" Roxana desperately ran her hand over the little girl's forehead, wiping away the cold sweat that had appeared on her blue skin. Suddenly, she saw a strange protrusion on the girl's neck, covered by the fabric of a turtleneck. Roxana carefully pulled the collar down and saw a thin plastic tube sticking out of the girl's throat. "Does she have a tracheostomy?" she shouted in astonishment. "Oh, I don't know exactly. Our granny who deals with all this horror, she knows everything. And I was on a business trip," the woman blurted out, swallowing her tears. "Kate, it's like, well, when there's a scar in the throat and so... So it turns out your daughter has a tracheostomy tube, right? That's why she wasn't talking. But then she can't be suffocating because that's what the tube is for, to avoid breathing problems." With trembling hands, Roxana touched the plastic tube on which the little girl's life now depended. The girl was clearly struggling for her last gulps of air. "God, where is the ambulance?" Roxana thought in panic. "I don't know what to do. This is unlikely to help, and I shouldn't if she has laryngeal stenosis. Or should I? I don't remember if we learned that. Or did we? But she's going to die. Screw it. If there's something blocking her breathing, we've got to get that damn tube out." "Don't touch anything. You're not authorized to give such serious help." A voice suddenly came inside her head. "You're just a student. It doesn't matter that you're a med student. If the girl dies, you could be accused of causing her death. Do you realize that? Stand aside and wait for the ambulance with everyone else." Roxana looked around the hall at the frightened, crowded visitors, waiters, and some people from the street, then moved her eyes back to the girl's face. The little girl was breathing heavily and intermittently, obviously tired and giving up the fight for her life. Roxana stubbornly shook her head, and holding the body of the plastic tube with one hand, pulled out the inner part of the device. She knew only the approximate structure of the so-called tracheostomy tube, which is inserted into the larynx so that the patient could breathe independently. But even her modest knowledge was enough to immediately see and understand the cause of the problem that had almost cost the girl her life. The entire inner tube was clogged and blocked with something, naturally obstructing her breathing. "When did you last flush it?" muttered Roxana, holding the girl's head. "Erica, where are you? Come here, don't be afraid. It's all right. Here, take this. It needs to be rinsed quickly in running water. Don't break it." The girl's head lay in Roxana's palms. The baby was still breathing unevenly, but without labour, no longer wrestling from fate, every molecule of oxygen. Air noisily went in and out of the tube, sticking out of the little neck. "Well, are you scared?" Roxana asked, winking at the girl, who nodded slightly. "Well, don't be afraid. It's all over now. Well, let's put it back. You know, the inner tube, called a cannula. It's a very funny word, isn't it? You see how well Auntie Erica cleaned it for you? Well done, Auntie Erica. A real doctor will come and examine you. You'll see. Everything will be fine. And then, if the doctor says it's okay, Mummy will buy you a pizza. Well, maybe not right away, but later. But she will. Do you know how good our pizza is? I ate 6 slices myself yesterday. You don't believe me? It's true, it's true." Thus, chattering quietly but cheerfully, full of gibberish, Roxana achieved her goal. The deadly horror left the girl's eyes. Her convulsively contracted fingers straightened, and her legs relaxed and stretched. In another minute, the little girl lifted her hand and clung to Roxana's wrist, as if she saw her salvation in her. A few minutes later, an ambulance paramedic entered the hall with a quick step. Roxana tried to get up from her knees, but the girl continued to hold her hand surprisingly tightly for her age, build, and recent condition. "There's the girl. Turns out she has a tracheostomy. Apparently scarring stenosis of the trachea. I guess I don't know. She actually started choking all of a sudden, but she was cyanotic and tachypenic and stuff. Anyway, I pulled out the cannula and it was clogged up, so we flushed it out and put it back. That's it. The paramedic, quickly examining the girl, occasionally cast angry glances at Roxana, and by the end of the examination, she felt like a criminal, a disgrace to medicine, and generally unworthy to occupy a place on the earth. Finally, the little girl was put on a stretcher and carried away. The paramedic turned to Roxana. "What year?" he suddenly asked. "What?" Roxana replied, confused by the question. "What year at medical school are you in?" the paramedic asked patiently. "Third," Roxana squeaked. "Well done. You saved the girl." He shook Roxana's hand. "You didn't do anything extraordinary, of course, but the main thing is that you didn't panic. Thanks to you, the child is alive. Keep up your studies, and come to us after you get your diploma." He grinned ruefully and left the hall. An excited hum lingered in the large cafe for a long time, though the ambulance had long since departed with the little girl and her beautiful but neglecting mother. Before their leaving, Roxana noticed that the woman, once assured her daughter was no longer in danger, immediately began fixing her makeup. "Oh my goodness, Roxana, you're wonderful, simply incredible." Erica, Roxana's fellow waitress, rushed up to her friend with delight in her eyes. "And that blonde bimbo, the girl's mother, she didn't even thank you. How rude! To think that you saved her child, practically brought her back from the dead, and she didn't even acknowledge you. She's so ungrateful. And by the way, she didn't even pay for the order." "Wait, wasn't that your table? So now you'll have to cover the shortage. That's completely unfair." "Come on, Erica. What are you on about? Do you think she cared about the bill? Her child almost died. And you're worried about some bill either? I'll pay, it's fine." Roxana sighed, remembering that the woman's order for herself and Kate wasn't small and included more than one serving of broccoli, which the little girl had stubbornly refused to eat. "But Roxana, you're a hero. How did you know about that tube?" Erica continued, shaking Roxana's hand excitedly. "What do you mean? No, I just saw it, that's all. And please, Erica, stop it. I didn't do anything special. In fact, the girl's parents probably do this at home every day. Just remove and clean the inner tube of the tracheostomy. If they'd done that, none of this would have happened. Let's go ask Josh for some fresh coffee while the hall is empty. I spilled mine and I need to calm down after all this." The cafe's routine, disrupted by the incident with the little girl, gradually returned to normal. The staff discussed the event a bit more, shaking their heads in amazement and concluding, "Roxana's such a good girl. She didn't get confused or panic like the others. She saved that child. And that so-called mother of the girl, what kind of idiots have children these days?" The next day, everything was back to normal, and no one mentioned the incident. The shift was almost over when a new visitor entered the hall. Roxana looked at him and involuntarily sighed. Such men existed. She thought they could only be seen on the pages of glossy magazines, advertising astronomically expensive suits. The kind of men who sit confidently in convertibles or stand on the decks of private yachts in pictures. In short, the man's appearance seemed unreal, too striking and handsome. Roxana wasn't the only one who noticed the unusual visitor. A hush fell over the hall, quickly replaced by hurried conversations, as if those present were trying to convince themselves and their companions that nothing extraordinary had happened. Just another person coming to the cafe for a meal. What's the big deal? But they couldn't help stealing glances at him, especially the women. The man was tall, broad-shouldered, and well-built. His thick blonde hair was carefully styled, and Roxana, looking at his hairstyle, unconsciously reached up to smooth her own perpetually unruly curls. His cheeks and chin were clean-shaven. Clearly, he wasn't interested in the stubble trend, though admittedly it would have suited him well. A small pair of thin-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, slightly diminishing the Superman effect. But even with the glasses, his face was strikingly attractive, handsome in a genuinely masculine way. This splendid figure was dressed in an entirely mind-boggling classic suit, dark, almost black, with the finest light pinstripes, a snow-white shirt, and a steel-grey tie that seemed to match his eyes. Shiny shoes completed the picture. Roxana sighed admiringly once more, and tried to remember where she had been heading before his miraculous appearance. Suddenly she realized with astonishment that the amazing visitor was staring at her, and now he was striding purposefully in her direction. "Hello," he said, looking at her over his glasses. His eyes were grey, framed by dark lashes, slightly downcast and very attentive, and for some reason they seemed tired. "Hello," Roxana replied confusedly, involuntarily catching the faint, tangy scent of his cologne. "I'm looking for the waitress who assisted a little girl in this cafe yesterday," he stated, continuing to stare at her intently and sternly. "Obviously that's you. Why is it obvious?" Roxana felt suddenly afraid. What if something happened to that little girl after all? Maybe I've only done her harm with my stupid help, and this dapper, handsome man has come to tell me so. Roxana thought sadly, then shook her head stubbornly. What am I thinking? The girl would have suffocated. I did what I had to do, regardless of what anyone thinks. Roxana looked boldly, almost defiantly, into the man's eyes. Well, yes, it was me. And I did what I could. Though I'm not a doctor, not yet, but you know, I don't think you can just stand by and watch a person die before your eyes. A child especially. Roxana's voice rose almost to a shout. And suddenly, something changed in his face, as if a filter had been removed. Instead of the stern, cold, handsome man from an advertising brochure, before her stood just a very handsome man with a confused expression. No, you misunderstand me, he exclaimed, folding his hands pleadingly in front of him. I came here to thank you. I'm ready to thank you on my knees and kiss your hands if you'll let me. I am, you see, the father of that girl. You saved my Kate yesterday. The astonished Roxana stared at Handsome. He, visibly agitated, took out a handkerchief from the pocket of his impeccable suit and wiped his forehead. Then, taking a few deep breaths, he adjusted his glasses and, in a fraction of a second, transformed into a stern, poised, fully self-possessed man. Even his slightly flushed face instantly regained its former matte pallor. His self-control was evidently well honed. Is there somewhere we could sit down and talk? He asked. Well, actually I'm at work, and we're strictly forbidden to sit at visitors' tables, Roxana said uncertainly. I could easily lose my job, couldn't I? I'm sure I can solve that problem, he nodded. I just need a few minutes of your time. Roxana, as if mesmerized, followed the determinedly striding man, feeling like an occasional visitor, while he seemed the owner. Indeed, as soon as he overcame his sudden excitement, he exuded confidence. It was obvious that he was accustomed to giving orders, being the master of any situation, and subordinating others to his will. They sat down at the table opposite each other, and his voice sounded firm and confident, as if in a business negotiation. So, Roxana, he glanced at the name tag pinned to her apron. Yesterday, you saved my daughter Kate. I am eternally grateful to you for that. I won't waste your time expressing my feelings, it's not necessary. I'd just like to know how I can thank you for what you've done. Look, I didn't do anything special, Roxana replied. I just cleared the clogged cannula in your Kate's tracheostomy tube. You can't really thank me that much. I was just in the right place at the right time, and did what I could. Exactly. You were in the right place at the right time, for mine and Kate's good fortune. He nodded gravely, his gaze warming. I spoke to the paramedic who took Kate from here. He confirmed that if you hadn't done what you call nothing special, I'd probably be sitting in the morgue with my baby right now. Thank God you cleared that damn tube. Actually, parents of a child with a tracheostomy should do this daily themselves and keep an eye on the breathing apparatus. Roxana couldn't resist a sideways jab at Handsome. It's very serious. Instead of thanking me, you'd better explain to your wife, if she hasn't realized it yet, that if your child has health issues, you should at least know what they are and how to help in case of emergency. He listened attentively to Roxana's reprimand, his face twitching painfully, as if all his teeth were aching at once, and he smiled shyly, guiltily. Yes, of course you're right. The man nodded again. It's just that Alina, my wife, is, how shall I put it, not the best mother in the world. We haven't actually lived together for a long time. And Kate and her illness... He barely got the word out, swallowing hard. Kate is mostly cared for by my mum, her grandmother. Alina sometimes takes the girl to be with her, to play at being a mother, so to speak. And you see, she almost played to... Roxana listened with amazement to the confession of the man sitting before her. His words were filled with bitterness and despair, so at odds with his confident, polished appearance. It was strange that he was being so frank with a waitress who was a stranger. Apparently he suddenly realized this himself, and once again the stiff, closed-off stately man sat before Roxana, seeming to exude coldness. I'm sorry. Well, it's not interesting at all. Tell me, how can I ever thank you? I'm sure you could use the money. The blood rushed to Roxana's head. What? Are you out of your mind? You want me to take payment for helping a little girl? Are you used to paying for everything? Measuring everything by money? She jumped up from the table and waved her hand indignantly. Roxana! Roxana! He jumped up next, and as if suddenly resolved, took her by the arm and resolutely, but very gently, sat her back down. Please forgive me, for God's sake. I'm probably just used to communicating with, well, a different sort of people, so I'm talking nonsense. It's a kind of professional deformation. You know, I mostly deal with people who measure everything by money, time, services, relationships, even guilt or innocence. I'm a lawyer, you see. Well, of course, you're a lawyer. Roxana leaned back in her chair to get another good look at him. He couldn't be anything else. The man fit the image of an unapproachable, ruthless lawyer perfectly, exactly as they are portrayed in movies and books. Roxana clearly imagined him standing before the judge in his magnificent suit, glasses gleaming, demolishing all the accusations against his client, including the perfectly fair ones. And judging by the man's appearance and demeanour, he was very successful as a lawyer, his services apparently worth a small fortune. Surely he earns more in a day than I will in a month, with my most necessary and marvellous profession, thought the girl with bitter irony. Well, I won't take up any more of your time then, he said, glancing at his watch. Of course he regrets wasting his time, that's for sure, Roxana thought involuntarily. He's probably in a hurry to get some thief out of a deserved punishment, isn't he? The man looked at her and grinned slightly, as if he had read her mind. I'd still like to leave you something as a token of my appreciation, Roxana. Well, I don't know, but at least take my card. Maybe I'll be useful to you some day. I can help you in some way. God forbid, of course, people don't come to me at the best moments of their lives, quite the opposite. But still, here, take this. He handed Roxana a small business card. She took it in her hands. On the dark blue background in embossed black letters was printed, Tyler Stewart, Lawyer Services, and a phone number. "Just call and say," he smiled, "Tyler, I need your help, and I'll be at your service right away." He got up from the table and adjusted his already impeccable suit. "Good day to you, Roxana. Thank you again for everything." He bowed his head, ceremonious, somehow inexpressibly elegant, and then turned and strode resolutely toward the exit. "Tell me," Roxana suddenly called after him, "why did you approach me so confidently? How do you know what I look like?" He stopped and turned to face Roxana, smiling. His face became kind and open, as it seemed to do whenever he remembered or talked about his daughter. "Kate described you to me in great detail. She said that you look like a princess from her favourite cartoon. She also said that you shine and that you're warm. That's exactly what she said, word for word. She glows and she's warm. I didn't understand it at all, of course. I thought it was just a childish fantasy. But now I see you. That's right. It's true. I see it and I feel it. That's probably why I'm so frank with you. I'm surprised myself. Goodbye, Roxana. Be happy." And the cafe door closed behind him. "Well, who was that? The father of yesterday's girl? Oh, great. And what?" Erica pounced on Roxana, having long been pining with curiosity on the sidelines. "What did he want? To give you money? You refused, of course. You're a fool. I would take them. He wouldn't become poor. From the looks of it, this guy is loaded. You should have seen his car. Who is he? A lawyer? What's his name? Let me see that. Wow, he must be one of the big shots. Well, did you at least charge him for the precious lady's lunch yesterday? No? Well, Roxana, you're just a bit of a dope. You're so rich, you're buying lunch at your own expense for the wealthy lawyer's family. Cool." Roxana barely fought off Erica's questions and admonitions. She turned the business card of the lawyer in her hands and shoved it into a pocket, among other seemingly unnecessary, but for some reason kept and transferred from bag to bag small things. Day after day, life went on as usual. For some time, Roxana remembered the handsome lawyer with the sad look, with a poorly concealed trepidation. Somehow, it seemed to her that despite all his outward confidence and polish, imperious notes in his voice and obvious wealth, he was, in fact, a lonely and unhappy man. Why she suddenly decided so, Roxana could not explain even to herself. "What a fool you are! Found someone to pity," she sneered at herself. "Poor, unhappy lawyer-millionaire. Married a princess and she turned out to be a toad. You'd better think of yourself, instead of his bitter fate. You've got no warm boots, no jacket, and winter is coming in a month, by the way, and you still haven't paid your rent. And it's time for Grandma to buy medicine. For sure, all the medicines have run out, and she won't tell me." Roxana hardly noticed how she progressed to the last year of her studies. Exams, residency placement, and many other important and epochal things inexorably approached. Her head was cracking from studying, and then her grandmother gave her an unpleasant surprise. She had fallen unluckily and injured her femur, and what such an injury meant for a 70-year-old person, Roxana, a soon-to-be doctor, didn't need to be told. She floundered like a madwoman between the house with a bedridden patient, the medical school, and work in a restaurant, which, despite everything, she didn't quit due to chronic lack of money. However, now she had to take mostly shifts that ended late at night, and chronic sleep deprivation was added to Roxana's usual problems. Roxana's last spring as a student was beginning. It was already quite warm during the day, and the sun's rays were furiously melting the dirty city snow. By evening, winter was returning, and everything that had melted during the day was again covered with ice. On one of these evenings, Roxana was walking home from the bus stop, stubbornly running through a difficult, hematology problem in her head that would surely be on the exam. The task wasn't working. Her feet were slipping on the icy asphalt, and the heavy bag loaded with groceries was dragging at her shoulder. Besides, it got dark quickly, and for some reason, the street lights were slow to turn on, leaving the girl to walk almost in darkness. Finally, Roxana reached the place where she had to cross the road, and according to the old habit ingrained by her grandmother since childhood, stopped on the curb. A few meters from the crossing, with shrieking brakes, a car slowed down, obviously letting Roxana pass. She adjusted the strap of her bag, which was digging into her shoulder, and stepped onto the roadway, glistening with frozen water. A few seconds later, she heard a thud and then a nasty metallic scrape. The car standing in front of the crossing suddenly began to move for some reason and quickly slid straight at Roxana. The girl shrieked, rushed forward, barely managing to dive out from under the bumper in a split second, and jumped to the side of the road. Gasping from the effort, she threw her bag on the ground and looked around, confused. At the crosswalk, blocking it, stood a small, dark car, the same one that a few seconds ago had seemed to have stopped to let Roxana cross the road. And behind it, jammed into the trunk of the front car and practically crushing it, was a huge, dark Jeep. "Damn it!" resounded in the evening silence, and a man was getting out of the Jeep with obvious difficulty. Wounded or something? Roxana thought, alarmed to see the Jeep driver frantically grabbing the top of the car door, struggling to get out. After a few seconds, the reason for his difficulty became clear. The driver was incredibly obese. Third-degree abdominal obesity, probably risk of diabetes mellitus, stroke or heart attack. Roxana mentally diagnosed, her medical training kicking in automatically. The hefty man, cursing continuously, finally extricated himself from the car and resolutely approached the driver of the front vehicle, who was staring dejectedly at his broken headlight. "Are you out of your mind? Why the hell are you braking in the middle of an empty street? Are you a complete idiot?" The obese man had clearly decided to assert his dominance, but his opponent wasn't easily cowed. "You're the idiot. Look at you. You rear-ended me, and now you're yelling at me? You've ruined everything. Look at it. The bumper, the truck, the headlights. It's all wrecked." "Oh yeah? I couldn't care less about your lights. You better look at this." The large man lumbered back to his car with surprising agility. "Here, look. My front headlight is worth more than your entire car." "Well, I don't give a damn about that," the other driver retorted. "It's not my fault you don't keep a safe distance. You're driving like a fool, and on ice, no less. You're to blame for the accident." "What do you mean, me? What are you talking about? No, you explain to me. Why did you stop in the middle of a street at night like a lunatic? Did you fall asleep?" The obese man fumed. "Actually, there's a crosswalk, and a girl was using it. What did you expect me to do, run her over?" His opponent snapped back. "A girl? Are you hallucinating?" The large man marvelled. "There she is." The driver of the first car looked around, spotted Roxana huddled on the curb, and pointed at her. "Young lady, come here. Please explain to this gentleman that you were crossing the road. He doesn't believe it." "Yes, of course I was crossing." Roxana nodded obediently. "I'm sorry about how things turned out. I looked first and you were—" She smiled at the man. "You let me pass. I saw you. That's why I went." "Oh, so that's who's to blame." The obese man turned his entire body, for he had no discernible neck, and fixed Roxana with a heavy brown stare. "What are you doing here at this hour?" he suddenly shouted. "First of all, don't you dare point at me." Roxana bristled. "And lower your voice. Secondly, I was crossing the road at the proper place, and I made sure I was allowed to pass." "Oh, really? The proper place? And who put it there for you?" the man asked mockingly. Well, you know, Roxana said indignantly. Of course you can't see the road crossing markings now because of the ice and snow, but the sign is right there. She pointed at the blue and white sign. The obese man, breathing heavily, glared at the sign with hatred, then turned the same expression back to Roxana. All right, enough of this pointless chatter. The first driver suddenly interjected, dialing a number on his phone. We're calling the traffic police. We'll file reports and go home. Then you can do what you want. Accuse anyone and anything. And you, young lady, don't leave. You're involved in this accident too. What? Traffic police? The obese man became agitated. Are you crazy? We're reasonable people. We'll sort this out right now. We'll draw up the report ourselves without the cops. Agreed? After the protocol was drawn up and signed, Roxana glanced anxiously at her watch and picked up her bag. The whole incident, the accident, conversations and paperwork, had taken nearly an hour. God, Grandma must be worried, Roxana thought with anxiety. Wait, where are you going? What about compensation? The obese man suddenly blurted out. Oh, what do you mean, compensation? Roxana asked, genuinely surprised. Don't worry, I don't need any compensation. Nothing happened to me. I'm alive and well. Sure, I was a bit scared, she smiled, but it's nothing. I'll go home now, have some chamomile tea and calm down. Tea? You don't need anything. Are you kidding me? The obese man marvelled, looking as if he might have a stroke. Or are you just simple-minded, girl? Who's going to pay for my damages? Well, that jerk who braked for no reason. His insurance company will cover everything. What about me? Do I have to pay out of my own pocket? I don't understand, Roxana said, taken aback. Do you want me to pay for your repairs? Well, finally, you've caught on, the man smirked. That's precisely what I want, dearie, and you're going to do it. You're out of your mind. Why should I pay for your repairs when you were responsible for the accident? According to the report, you caused the accident. You signed it yourself. You can shove that report where the sun doesn't shine. Do you think that being a pedestrian means you can't be held responsible? Well, that's where you're wrong, babe. I'll prove it's all your fault. I ran into that clown because of you. So you might end up paying not just me, but both of us. Think it over, and agree to make amends before it's too late. No, you won't get away with that. Roxana continued to resist, though less confidently. I was crossing the road at a crosswalk. There's a sign. It's there now, but tomorrow who knows? The obese man dropped a cryptic phrase. Roxana was suddenly afraid. Just minutes ago, she hadn't been sure she wasn't involved in what had happened. Well, she was involved, of course, but only as a witness who had almost been run over. Now everything had turned upside down. She was being blamed for the accident, and demands for compensation were being made. How can that be? She thought. I almost got hit by a car and suddenly I'm guilty of causing an accident? No, it can't be. That nasty fat man is just trying to intimidate me, taking me for a frightened girl. But what if he isn't? What if I really am guilty of something? Listen, said the man, I'm not going to waste time talking. If we don't settle this amicably, I'll sue you in court. You know? He suddenly lowered his voice. I wouldn't advise you to rely too much on our humane court. The man chuckled. I'll have witnesses testify that you ran across the road wherever you pleased. That man who left? He'll confirm everything as I need. You can bet on it. So go home and think about where to get the money. I won't charge you much, don't worry. No more than 10,000s. 10,000s? Roxana uttered, the figure incongruous to her ears. Well, what did you expect? The bumper and hood need replacing, both headlights need replacing, and the fenders need painting. I'm charging you a fair price, almost at cost." The man chuckled disgustedly and, getting into the car, threw one last comment at Roxana. "Be aware I have your address in the report. Don't think of hiding. I have good connections. I'll find you and punish you anyway if you don't want to do this nicely. I'll call you in a few days and we'll agree on details. Go, and don't try anything. Bye, girl." The door of the SUV slammed, and in a few minutes Roxana was left in complete silence and darkness. She didn't remember how she got home or what she said to her grandmother, who had been alarmed by her late arrival. She hurriedly gave the elderly woman some explanation and went to her room. Everything that had happened seemed like a nightmare. She began to believe passionately a couple of times that it was a dream, that she would wake up, put all this strange nonsense aside, and forget about it as stupid dreams are forgotten. But it wasn't a dream. "No, it can't be. This is absurd." She sprang to her feet. "I should just go to the police, tell them everything. Report that I'm being extorted for something I didn't do. It's not my fault. He was just scaring me. No, I'm not going to the police. Why would I? I don't have time for that. I have exams to study for. To hell with that crazy guy. It's all forgotten." But it was much easier said than done. The next day, on a break between classes, Roxana suddenly saw an unfamiliar call on her phone. "Well, darling, have you thought it over? When are we going to settle everything up?" A nasty chuckle sounded in the receiver, which made Roxana go cold inside. "How did you get my number?" she asked. "Oh, sweetie, I know everything about you, and about your grandmother. She's home alone now, isn't she? It would be a misfortune if something happened to the old lady, wouldn't it? Well, don't be scared. It's just in case you have any stupid thoughts in your head, like going to the police." Roxana suddenly felt chills down her spine. Her hands and feet were cold, and her head suddenly felt very heavy. "Listen, leave me alone," she said, trying to keep her voice from shaking and giving away her condition. "I won't pay you anything. It's not my fault. I crossed the road where I was supposed to, and it's easy to prove. You must realize that yourself." "Well, well," the voice's man snickered. "Look, you've got a life to live. And about the proof? Oh, don't be so sure, dearie. Today they're there, tomorrow they're not." Roxana tried to put it all out of her mind and concentrate regarding the lesson, but it was frankly difficult. After classes at the medical school, she took her usual route home from the bus stop and suddenly stopped in her tracks. At the place where yesterday there had been a crosswalk sign, there was now a cut metal pipe sticking out. Roxana was again gripped by the icy horror that had become habitual for her over the last 24 hours. "Who is he that acts so brazenly?" she thought. "Probably it really costs him nothing to produce a crowd of witnesses who will easily show that I pushed both cars together with my own hands." She couldn't tell how long she sat curled up in fear on her old, faithful sofa. Suddenly she jumped up and rushed to the wardrobe. In a minute she was frantically rummaging through her clothes, searching for an old, long-abandoned purse. Fortunately, she found it deep beneath old clothes, and in one of the pockets lay a business card, made of a thick navy blue cardboard with embossed black letters. "Hello, may I speak to Mr. Stewart?" she said into the receiver. Her voice hushed. "I'm listening," came through the receiver. "Mr. Stewart, I need your help. It's nothing special," she whispered into the receiver. "Roxana, is that you? Finally remembered about me?" His voice, so calm and even before, suddenly sounded excited. "I recognize you. Roxana, I hear you. Where are you? Tell me the address. I'll come at once." A couple of hours later, Tyler sat in Roxana's small kitchen, listening to her story. They hadn't seen each other for almost 2 years, not long enough for people to change much, but something had clearly happened to him. Only after Roxana finished her story did she realise. Back at the cafe where they met, despite his outward brilliance and confidence, he had seemed somehow tired and confused. She had dismissed these thoughts as nonsense then, but now, with him so close, sitting in her kitchen in a simple sweater and jeans, with barely noticeable stubble on his cheeks, squinting myopically as he listened attentively, this feeling resurfaced, stronger and more explicit. "How are things with you?" Roxana asked suddenly, surprising even herself. Tyler was taken aback. "What, me? Oh, you know, same as usual. Everything seems normal." "And how is Kate doing?" Roxana asked, changing the subject entirely. Tyler's face instantly brightened. "Kate is well. Oh, she's doing great. We got rid of those damned tubes long ago, thank God. She's quite healthy now. Talks a lot. She's a clever girl. She's practicing tennis and even going to learn singing." He proudly listed his daughter's accomplishments. "Oh, and most importantly, she started school." "Really?" Roxana exclaimed. Tyler nodded. "Yes, I finally divorced. Kate lives with me now. And you know, Roxana, she remembers you often. You might not believe it, but she regularly asks if I remember the girl who makes people feel light and warm." Suddenly, Tyler took Roxana's hand in his and pressed it to his lips. Roxana froze, afraid to move and break the subtle, fragile tenderness that had arisen between them. "So," Tyler said abruptly, as if waking from a dream, "let's solve your problem first. I understand everything now. You just fell into their hands. It's a classic extortion scheme. These guys are likely working together. There might not have been an accident at all, you know? It could be all a setup. In any case, Roxana, don't worry about it anymore. It's my concern now." "Tyler," Roxana said, using his name without the patronymic for the first time. "Not at all," Tyler laughed. In court, Tyler Stewart dismantled the charges against Roxana. He even secured an additional investigation, which led to the entire gang of extortionists, including the leader, being put on trial. The day after the trial, Roxana appeared at Tyler's office. "Tyler, we need to talk seriously. Thank you for helping me. Now, I have to pay for your services. I didn't even ask how much it is. Apparently you're quite famous in your circles, and your services are costly." "Roxana," Tyler said with quiet reproach, "a couple of years ago, my only daughter faced a terrible misfortune. She almost died. A strange, red-haired waitress saved her. That girl told me she didn't charge for helping little girls. You know, I've remembered that all my life. And I no longer charge for helping little girls either." He suddenly took Roxana's hand and pressed it against his cheek. "Roxana, shall we celebrate the victory of truth and justice over deceit? I'm inviting you to a restaurant. I couldn't sleep all night thinking about how I lived without you these past 2 years. I'm certain, Roxana, I love you." Roxana suddenly realized she didn't want this man to leave her life. She would give anything for those grey, slightly squinted eyes to always look at her as they did now, affectionately and enthusiastically. Roxana smiled back. Her life was finally on a white streak.